Boye bete. This story comes from Sam Kessler, a Nisenan man living at Smith Flat, California. In 1928, he told this story to Hugh Littlejohn, a graduate student from the University of California, Berkeley. It was presented and documented in English with only the rabbit song given in Nisenan. We have translated this tale into Nisenan using the orthography employed by William Shipley in H. Udall's and W. Shipley's Nisenan Dictionary and Text from 1966. Littlejohn's writing system used to document the rabbit song has been changed to agree with that used by Shipley. Yo menem kao. Hawatekom molduk. Kawim hunk e no bike e paimokum. Boyem hudi. Unpu sipmukum. Contem mumkum. Han hai soli. Sol mukum hudi. Sol mukum. Chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi. Chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi, chuye chuye kechi andi. Hui! Homkeu usipi aman solmukum. Han be te haimum. Gat o ne mokum. Hodom boyeni. Molmenim koim. Hamukum. Mumuyam. Boye.
Chirp's success is directly related to the support of our community. We've had so many people step up this last year to come out and support our efforts at Nisenan Heritage Day and throughout the year. We can't do it without your support. We really can't. We are such a small tribe, and Chirp, as our nonprofit 501c3 sort of arm of the tribe, you know, its mission is to preserve, protect, and perpetuate Nisenan culture. And without the community support, we're invisible. We're still erased. And so as the community steps forward and really embraces the idea of the tribe being a strong community partner again, it's just beautifully successful. And so we always want to thank our supporters. Thank you everybody who has helped us so far. And I thank all of our new supporters that are coming our way, because I know you're out there. I know you're out there, and we're satelliting one another already. But we've got a common goal, which is to raise the visibility of this almost erased tribe here in Gold Country. Gold Country. So thank you so much, and we look forward to your support in the coming year.
Homakani, homo ya bemi, nishananam miwakamni, lidum lily yapimni, daspa hedidi, ember yapimum. I'm Shelley Covert, and I'm the spokesperson for the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan Tribe. I'm also the executive director of Chirp, which is the California Heritage Indigenous Research Project. And it is the nonprofit arm created by the tribe to support work like this, to do productions and create meaningful community programs, and also to educate about the Nisenan. And so we are here virtual, obviously, because of everything that's going on with Corona and the smoke and everything. You know, had we been meeting in person, this would be our annual art reception that follows our Visibility Through Art program. And we usually have a pretty nice party, which we enjoy inviting people to see the art that's happened that year. And it always happens right before Nisenan Heritage Day. So this year I had decided to kind of pull the art event away from Heritage Day because it's really becoming its own, it's got a life of its own. So we had originally planned to come, and as we're here at the Center for the Arts in Grass Valley, and we had planned to have a big party. You know, one of the first things that was happening at the center after it opened its doors after this gorgeous renovation. And so instead, we're here virtually. But we come to you today, you know, I hope we're coming into your homes. I hope that you're all well. I know that there's a lot going on, making it hard to maybe sit and, you know, watch a 4-hour event. But I also hope that maybe it could be just that right kind of distraction that we all need right now. We're going to bring some education. We're going to bring some beautiful art. We're going to bring you some incredible music today. So I wanted to throw it over to Ember. We've also had some renovations of our own going on in our website with the Chirp webpage, and we're really proud of the volunteers who have stepped up to really help us do the things we don't know how to do. And would you mind talking a little bit about that, Ember, and introduce yourself, please?
Thanks, Shelley. I'm Ember Amador, and I am executive assistant to Shelley Covert with Chirp. And I'm happy to talk about, there's been really a lot going on with Chirp. It's incredible how many people have come together and how much has happened in this past few weeks. We have given chirpca.org, the main website for Chirp, a total facelift. That's chirpca.org. And I highly recommend checking it out. It's really beautiful, and there's a lot of new content there. If you go up to the top of that web page, you'll see that there's a section for art, and the entire Visibility Through Art Invisible No More collection is now available to see online. Yeah.
That's amazing.
Thanks to art coordinator Mira Clark and some technical support she brought in. We've got a whole new web page created with lots of video content of artist interviews, all of the art pieces and descriptions, history of how the whole project got started and how it's operated. It's a really beautiful and rich project, and now you can see it all there. And there's also a new Chirp store, which is really exciting. Yeah, where we've got several of the prints as part of the Visibility Through Art collection. A couple of different sizes there on the store that you can purchase them. And again, that's on chirpca.org if you go to the store. And there's also apparel from Nisenan Heritage Day, and even a special t-shirt that we created for this Lyla June and MaMuse Night of Music and Art event. So,
yeah. Thanks, Andy. We used Andy, one of our artists, Andy, we used his image, is it Yuba Alive?
Yuba Alive.
Yuba Alive.
Yeah.
It's an amazing image, so that is on the shirts, and you can get that. You can actually log into our webpage and go to our store. I know anybody who may know us or have been around with our volunteers or supporting over the years, it's always been, well, one day we're going to have merchandise, and one day we're going to have a store, and someday you'll be able to look at this amazing event, in a consolidated spot, which we have now.
We do,
and it feels pretty incredible. I know I've sort of not been the one doing the work, which feels a lot incredible for me personally. I also wanted to talk a little bit about Nisenan Heritage Day this year. So we've got some events coming up. Usually we partner with Sierra College and we bring Nisenan Heritage Day. This year is 11, I believe, the 11th annual Nisenan Heritage Day. And because of the uncertainties of COVID and will we be able to gather together in the way that we usually do, I just kind of made the early decision that we're going to go ahead and roll with the virtual format for Nisenan Heritage Day this year. So that's going to be on November 7th. And I guess the exciting thing, I always look for the silver lining. One of the exciting things is that many of the presenters that I've wanted to bring to share at Nisenan Heritage Day are either very far from us or out of state. And with this new virtual platform, the world has just sort of opened up to some of these people who I've met at conferences and other tribal leaders who have a lot to offer our community, I believe. Some real, just a nice way of looking at the way that they are doing projects and doing things in their part of the world. And so that opens up to bring them in virtual this year. So that's kind of good news, I suppose. Trying to look at the silver lining. I think, our other event that this is our third year of our farm to table amazing, incredible dinner that we started at the Stone House. And we're figuring that out too. That is, what's the date for that one, Amber?
That one is November 25th, I believe, the day before Thanksgiving.
Yeah, we're calling it Giving Thanks instead of Thanksgiving. I thought that was kind of a cute little turn. But, what can we do if we're not? I think we can get some good social distancing and still have some good food. And if not, maybe we do, drive-through dinners or something and still be able to bring the program virtually. But we'll see. Let's see. Is there anything else, Elle, that we were going to talk about before we start some incredible videos? I hope you can appreciate we've got a bunch of little videos and some longer videos tonight to really queue up for you that talks about our Visibility Through Art program and some educational things that talks about the Nisenan tribe, the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan, where we are and what we're trying to do in the world in these times of COVID. Was there anything else we wanted to share?
Yeah, I forgot to mention there is one other page that's new on the Chirp site, and that is sharing about the door prizes that we have available. Oh, right. And so many of you have gotten entries for that. We've got 6 incredible baskets that were all donations from local businesses, and they're really beautiful. So on that Chirp page at the top, if you go to Music and Art Event, you'll find the door prizes down below, and you can enter to win if you'd like.
There's some really great prizes. I was really wanting one of them especially.
Oh, and Shelley, do you want to say where the funds are going that we're raising through door prizes and tickets and anyone who might decide to donate live while this is happening?
Yeah, so Chirp's mission is to preserve, protect, and perpetuate the culture of the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan people. And we're a small but growing organization, and we are extremely reliant upon community support. One of the main things that we're doing right now is seeking the restoration of our federal recognition. So our tribe was recognized up until 1964 when we were terminated. So we're actually a terminated California tribe. And the funds raised, it's a long and unknown path that lay before us with getting the recognition back. While to me, as a layperson, it seems so easy to restore our name on the list of federally recognized tribes. Like literally, we just type the name on there and we would be one of the federally recognized tribes. But being federally recognized, it opens the door for the tribal members to have eligibility back into these federal Indian programs like health, housing, education, economic stability. And right now we don't have access to that. So the funds raised, there's a lot of work to do there. We were in court for almost 8 years in federal court, and we unfortunately lost our case against the Bureau of Indian Affairs due to the 6-year statute of limitations. And while in California, 41 other rancherias have been restored that were outside the 6-year statute of limitations. So, you know, it feels like there's an injustice still that's laying there waiting to be resolved. And we have really garnered some incredible local community support. I think our volunteers, you know, a lot of people, yes, you can just donate money, and that's awesome. It's an injection into the budget, which is incredibly important. But what also people are bringing are their creative solutions to this issue. I don't want to call it a problem because it is a problem. It's a problematic issue. But so that's what, you know, right now the funds are really needed for that. There's going to be some travel. I know that I'm going to have to go to San Francisco and Washington, D.C. and Sacramento, which of course COVID is making that kind of travel a little bit hindered at the moment. But every fund, every dollar that is raised is, I mean, I feel proud to say I really put those dollars to work for the organization, building cultural projects like our language project. And I mean, we'll get into that later. Yeah, we have, I think I've made our little list here of the important things that we're supposed to talk about. But it takes, you know, they say it takes a community, it takes a village, it takes a town or whatever. And, you know, some of the first support that we got here, the reason we were federally recognized in the first place is back in 1913, one of my heroines, Belle Douglas, she was a member of the Native Daughters of the Golden West. And we have many beautiful penned letters between her and the Bureau of Indian Affairs. And she fought for the protection of the Indians up there. At the time, kind of the last stronghold, I like to call it, was in Nevada City, the land that would one day become our federally recognized reservation. There was 76 acres up there off Cement Hill. And, you know, it was because of Belle Douglas and her work that we were actually federally recognized in the first place. And I know we've got movers and shakers here, as we did back then. There were some of the suffragettes were here, very powerful women who somehow threw in our people and the protection of our people and stood up for the people to get them protected, because at the time they were being incredibly abused, and she cared. And so today, you know, it seems, I often wonder what Belle would think if she popped in the room right now, and I would assume she would be like, what? You know, what's going on? I took care of this once. I spent half of my life working or trying to help the tribe. And here we are again, like it's been reset. We're back. So we need help again. And I know that we've got people in our community that care, and they've been showing up. But I really do think it takes a community voice to shout out to Washington, D.C., you know, that our tribe is supported here and that people actually care, and that there is a history that is before the gold rush. Some people don't know that. They don't know that there was a tribe here for thousands and thousands and thousands of years before the gold rush. So I think it's just events like this help us raise the visibility of the tribe. And I've heard so many times that people go to look for us or find who are the Indians that were here before the gold rush, and it's sort of a blank slate. Like, that history is not being told. And so it takes a community, it takes education. We're working on curriculum to get into the schools right now with some of our partner organizations, and it just feels good. It feels like a crispy, crackly time that I think if Belle Douglas did come through the waves of time right now, she may be disappointed that the tribe doesn't have its recognition anymore, but at the same time, she might be proud of the work that we're all doing today. And did you have anything to add? I think we're ready for our videos. So you're going to see a chunk of videos here, and we'll be back shortly after, so enjoy.
Hi, my name is Jared Kane. I'm an artist living in Penn Valley, California. I chose to work with Chirp and the Nisenan to get a better understanding of my new home. I've been here for about 3 years, and in that time I've learned a lot and gained a lot of experience. It's been a wonderful time for me. I find the value in the project to be exactly that. To get to know the history and culture of this wonderful place that I now live in so much better. I got to work with Shelley Covert and ask her some questions about her Aunt Bertie, and in that time I learned what a wonderful person she was, and I also learned some of the history of these great people. I did charcoal and a clay wash, so I used earth-based materials to create this image. And hopefully people will get something out of it. Some of the illumination that I've gathered in these couple of years, I hope can pass on through this artwork and get people excited about it.
Where do we go from here? 48 by 48 acrylic on canvas, painted by Ruth Chase in 2018 for a project called Belonging. This is an interpretation of a photograph from 1967, Shelley Covert being held by Grandpa Ralph, her mother, Virginia Lee Rose Covert, and her father. Nisim Humwa'a is Nisenan, or the interpretation of, that my family is from my heart, or my heart is drawn to my family. Completed with permission from the Covert family, this painting expresses the significance of the Indigenous people to their community and how the American dream has played a role in their development as a tribe both internally and externally. This painting was a gift to the Covert family and to the Chirp organization.
My name is Bo, and I am one of the artists that contributed pieces to the Nisenan Heritage Day art reception and the Visibility Through Art project. My pieces are called True Names, and they are spray painted pieces on aluminum street signs of the local city limits type of street signs. So I've done one for Grass Valley, Nevada City, and Lake Wildwood at this point. And the reason I chose to do those pieces comes from a lot of study in the realm of sovereignty, in the realm of law and history, and all of those things have just been passions of mine for a long time now. And within those studies, the importance of our names is paramount, and the understanding of our connection to land is paramount. Get the real names, the Nisenan names for the places that we live, and somehow replace the city names with them. And so that kind of evolved into the idea of just spray painting over the name of the city on the street sign. And so the reason that that's important is because there is this huge story between those names. Not only the just story of the words Ustoma for Nevada City, the place that's now occupied by the municipal corporation called Nevada City, was once called Ustoma by the Nisenan people. And so the story between those names is huge and violent, and there's a lot of history and a lot of law, layers of jurisdiction and contracts that have been overlaid on top of the land. What once was a place, a physical place called Ustoma, occupied by a community of living beings, is now a municipal incorporation occupied by franchise residents within a corporate hierarchical structure of a commercial empire, essentially. So all of that is in there, is in those names and in the story of how one name became the other. So all of that is what I hope to sort of entice out of people when they see those pieces. And my prayer, my hope is that through creating visibility, through more people learning that story of how Ustoma became Nevada City and all of the places that we live, like the true story of how we got to where we are, that through bringing that out, we can walk into a new age of equity and peace and peaceful relationships with each other, with sovereign entities and tribes, and with the land, ultimately. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Jessa Hurst, and I don't really share my artwork publicly. However, I love working in all mediums, and in this show, I used acrylic paint. I was introduced to this project by Mira Clark, one of the organizers of the show, and when Mira asked me to participate, I jumped on the opportunity because I wanted to connect with the Nisenan tribe. When I really heard the history of the Nisenan tribe, and when I started to work with Chirp and listen, I understood just how deep of reparations are needed here, and I became even more activated to participate in this project. Through this project, I was connected with a tribal member, Lorena Rose Davis, and I got to work with Lorena 2 years in a row, really listening to her stories and collaborating with her so that the pieces that were created felt really true to her stories and this land. I'm so grateful to have been a part of this show, and thank you for listening.
You could get as much as $5 for a head or a scalp of an Indian. Now, the average wage was 25 cents a day. Imagine how much you could get by turning in an Indian head or a scalp. $5. That's a lot of money. There was people that turned to Indian hunters. The government put together militias that sole purpose was to go throughout California and do nothing but slaughter. And the law, that act, the Government and Protection of Native Americans in California, allowed all that stuff to happen. You could not testify that somebody did something to you or killed your wife or raped your wife or anything. Therefore, no charges were ever brought. It was legalized and subsidized extermination of the Indians all the way across California. At the end, the federal government paid California back for all those bounties that they paid out. It was over $1 million. Along with the killing of Indians, also brought disease, smallpox being the main one. Large portions of villages would just die off because we had no immunity to it, so we had no way to fight it. The other thing that created problems was starvation, that the elk herd disappeared. The white people ate them. The same for the deer and the antelope and all the food. But to give you an idea of how fast this occurred, at the beginning of the gold rush, we had in our territory just here, over 7,000 Indians here. 2 years after the gold rush started, we were down to 3,500. A year after that, we're down to 2,500. By the 1905 and 1906 census, our population was 53. By the 1934, the Indian Reorganization Act, 18 people. So, that's how fast our population dropped. I want it to be known that we're still here. We never left our homelands, and this is where our people will always be.
All right, welcome back. So now it is my great pleasure to introduce my friend Marie Sue. And I have a little bio here. Marie Sue has long been a fixture in California folk scene, revered for her delicate finger-picking and mystical songs that often seem channeled from another place and time. She grew up in Nevada County on the organic farmland of her parents, residing in Nisenan territory. Given this upbringing, the natural world almost seems to breathe with her songs. Poetic mysticism and ancestral remembrance have been deeply embedded in Marie Sue's music, and there is a transcendent quality in her unique expression that sometimes feels otherworldly. With a voice that aches with haunting sensitivity, people often express profound healing experiences her music has supported them through. There seems to be a medicinal quality to her music that is undeniable and sought after in an often destructive and disconnected age. As Sophia Rose states, her songs seem to connect you instantly with the original innocence and transcendent wisdom that is inherent in each of us. And so please welcome Marie Sue.
Thanks. Thanks, Shelley. This song's called Finally Return. I wrote it last year during the large Amazon fires that were raging, and seems appropriate for this current time that we're in and some of the worst smoke we've ever experienced in this area.
Ashen faces, forest blazing, oh, what have we done? I daydream of tying lying tongues. And who would dare drive a knife through the future of their very own young? And who would dare to set fire to the lungs of the future generations? Oh, is there any of this madness to be undone? Or is the web of change always being be sung. Holding my own head, sucking my thumb like a wee babe. Am I the comfort for which I have often prayed? Or am I still that dragon I could have sworn that I'd slayed? Am I still the witch they tried so hard to burn away? Oh, are you that child from the riptide I tried but couldn't save? Datura at the foot of the earthly lover's grave. Is this our final bed we've left so crudely made? And I have kissed my own lonely lips, wiped my sodden cheeks. Is this a deadly longing been bestowed to me? Oh, am I not half the woman I could have sworn to be? And were you not that hermit who had promised wings? Oh, are we not the freedom witnessed through the spring? Oh, I've heard liberty's bell ringing even over screams. Am I not that anchored woman who's battled the sea? Am I not treasure enough to keep? Now where's that Holy Ghost, or did we spooky? Where's that gentle one I've died 100 lives to meet? He who over coals did walk and truth only did speak, who starving parted fields of corn and gold ears did not eat nor steal. There's this fancy hole in my heart I still seem to need to fill. So kneel at the feet of the mother you know is here to heal. For this great shift I know we were born to feel. But that silky woman's sealskin must be returned for real, and sealed with love cracks that run through the hearts of wounded men. From this prophesied fall are we all to ascend, and finally return to balance with the feminine, and finally return to balance, and finally return, and finally return. Thanks. Mm-hmm. These were kind of fire songs that I wrote, so I just felt like this was the time to put them out there. They're kind of new, and I haven't recorded them yet, but
Yeah, this other song's called Circle of Signs. In the red budding of love, forgot we even had blood. Sea of roses calls our bluff. Sea of horses rose to meet us. In the circle of signs, salt our time, buoyant fine, and in the rise of every woman, man, creature, tide, child, licking their wounds to see if they're still wild. In this reckless generational dive, licking at our friends who were trying to revive an incomprehensible weight of the times, but most pivotal, honorable to be alive. And she burns California's turn. Will we ever learn? Will we ever learn? Here in the circle of pines, all eyes turn to whites. A pile of our insides. Nothing left to hide. With prophecy, prayer, sacrament, the youth will rise. Still lynching, screen addictions, evilness lies. What will it take? Do we even deserve to survive? And is this birth canal too tight for that star crown in consciousness to come earthside? An incomprehensible weight of the times, but most pivotal and honorable to be alive. My love burns. Oh, will he ever return? California, I'm yours. To ashes my heart's turned. To ashes our hearts turn. To ashes our hearts turn. So just put them to rest in uncertainty's urn. Forgive us for each chance we refused to learn. A book of the old ways, earth, water, seed still turns. But we will pay for every page burned. Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Marie. So our next artist sadly couldn't be here with us live tonight due to the complexities of traveling during this time. And we're going to get a power-packed performance regardless of that. And I'm so honored to get to introduce my friend, someone I look up to, Lyla June Johnston. Lyla June is an Indigenous artist, scholar, community organizer of the Dene, Tsestestehe, and European lineages. Her dynamic, multi-genre presentation style has engaged audiences across the globe towards personal, collective, and ecological healing. She blends studies in human ecology at Stanford, graduate work in Indigenous pedagogy, and the traditional worldview she grew up with to inform her perspectives and solutions. She is currently pursuing her doctoral degree, focusing on Indigenous food systems revitalization. So grateful to have something to share with you from Lyla June Johnston. Enjoy.
Nanisht eje tchachi inishli don haskai dene e bashishi ashi hedishiche belagana edashanelle akwit ego dene ast aninishli. My name is Lyla June. I'm from the Black Charcoal Streak Division of the Red Running Into Water clan of the Dene Nation. We are also incorrectly known as Navajo. And I'm very honored to support the Nisenan Nation today because a lot of the things that have gone on and have harmed Indigenous peoples in California just really deserve a lot more attention, a lot more retribution, and a lot more healing than our society really understands. So thanks to Shelley Covert, to Chirp, and everyone who's making this possible. So I actually wanted to start out with like a little poem, especially since all of you guys are on fire over there. I'm very sorry for your homes or anything that's been damaged. I really hope that all of your families are safe. So I have a lot of water songs to bring that watery prayer into your lives today. So here we go. This one's called Take Time. Take time to listen to the waves. Feel each folded droplet becoming immersed in its oceanic mother. Feel the multitude of effervescent prayers roll and amount to one wondrous perpetual roar echoing in your chest. Experiment with the idea that maybe everything matters. Each remnant bubble that is left on the shore by the resigning waves. Each crab shell fragment, each breeze thread in the great tapestry of oceanic winds. Everything matters. Every pelican bobbing out on the sea has eyes that see and lungs that breathe. Try guessing what the cormorant's favorite time of day is. Could it be mid-morning when the sunbeams brush against the sea just like her flapping wings? Could it be the evening when everything is easy, when bellies are full and the sun is quietly smiling in the sky like a proud father? Or could it be dusk when the horizon is ablaze upon the never-ending sea and your feathers begin to hold you tighter, preparing for a night of dreams, wondering if your dreams are big enough these days? Sit and see if the porpoise might jump up to greet your retinas like an ancient myth that reaches forward in time and touches your life. Experiment with loving yourself unconditionally and getting lost in the velvet sound of her song that goes on and on and on. So I actually wrote that poem on the shore somewhere near Marin. I don't remember exactly where, but just thinking about those ocean ocean vibes and hoping that that moisture comes to your valley. So yeah, I have a couple songs for you today, and I'm just really grateful to be with MaMuse in this concert, and I'm grateful to be with all of you. It's been an interesting time. With COVID, I haven't performed music in like, I don't know, a long time, maybe 7 months. I do little online things, but nothing a little more prepared like this. So I'm really grateful to kind of get back into it. And but yeah, I hope you're all doing well. And here, I'll just sing a little song. That's how long it's been since I performed. I don't even remember the song. Oh, there we go. Okay, I was in the wrong key. Seem like we've been searching high and low, searching for answers we already know. Look inside my people, look into your soul. That's where you find that the greenest grass grows. To believe is to see, to believe is to be. So let's believe in peace, let's believe in the dream. Yeah, let's believe in peace, let's believe in the dream. Hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, 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 hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hey. Today we are birthing the mothers of tomorrow. Today we are burning the sorrows of our fathers. And all of those chains they say are wrapped around your feet, well, assuredly I tell you they're imaginary. Because we are free, yeah, we are free. We always have been and we always will be. I said we always have been and we always will be. Hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, 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 hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, 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 yeah, yeah, oh, oh, oh. The world is not a chessboard. The world is a dance floor. So give me your hand, people, let's get down, yeah. Dancing down Wall Street, dancing down Main Street, dancing down any street, you and me. No, don't cost no money to jam with me. No, it don't cost no money, cause jamming is free. I said it don't cost no money, cause jamming is free. Hey, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, 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 hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hey, yeah, yeah, oh, oh, oh. The song that we sing is not our own. The song that we sing is a gift from the sun. The song that I sing is not my own. No, I am just an arrow shot from the bow. Yeah, we are just arrows shot from the bow. Hey, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, 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 hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hi, oh, hey, hey, yeah, yeah, oh, oh, oh. So, yeah, that's just one I wanted to share. That's really about like I actually wrote that one during Occupy, that movement, a while back. And just, I was really into deconstructing capitalism and how we could maybe just have joy as a currency, which I know is hard when we don't know how to feed ourselves and the waters can't be drinking from the streams. But and we're dependent on all of these stores for our food and things. But it's a fun experiment through song. But so yeah, I'm gonna do another water poem for you. Again, I just want to give you guys a lot of water right now. Okay, so this one's called God is the Water. When I close my eyes at night, I can feel the rock being cut open by water. I hear a grandfather's song, and it sounds like sand walking down the river bottom. And in this song, they talk about how even the mighty canyon walls were carved by meandering streams. Beneath the gentle waters, there are people. Not people like you and I, stone people. And when I close my eyes at night, I am one of them. And God is the water. And she courses over me, lifetime after lifetime, until I am polished and smooth. She teaches me about patience and commitment. She teaches me, like water, how to be gentle yet persistent. And in her language of trickles and bubbles, she speaks to me. And she says, journeys. Journeys, take them, but try not to forget who you are along the way. I have nothing for you but these words. So place them in your pocket, and I'll see you again when you arrive at the ocean's throne as 1,000,000 kernels of sand. Her voice hums in my blood, quiet as a stream in the night. And it is this song about how we are all just so loved. The eagles dip their talons into her soft body and pull from it a fish, a flesh meal for their children. They sing this grandfather song with her, and it sounds like feathers cutting into the sky. And it is this song about how even hatred will surrender to wonder. She is breaking my heart apart like a stubborn granite puzzle of problems. And even the hardest doubts and sorrows give way to her infinite grace. And who knew that sometimes grace can come from standing in a raging river until it rips everything away from you that you thought you owned, all the pain and all the shame, and replaces it with a weightlessness so profound that you can't not cry. Tears of absolute praise, and run all around the riverbanks, shouting to the cattails and the minnows and the crawdads and the willows about the truth of beauty, about the truth of a creator that breathes through the trees, the truth of a creator that weaves winter from water and night, truth of a creator that weaves bodies from dust and light and carries us down the river of life over and over until we finally understand what the meaning of forever really is. Forever. In the language of the stones, there is no word for regret. Only the complete understanding of what it means to be a beloved son or daughter. We are the rocks, and God, she is the water. Okay, so that's the first little segment of my set. Actually, I have a couple more minutes to go. So maybe I'll just speak a little bit about just the importance of what you all are doing, and to just thank you for letting me be here and share that poem. I think that poem was really about, for me, it was about eternity, because where I'm from in New Mexico, there's a really deep canyon, hundreds of feet deep. And it's really beautiful how this water has carved out this canyon. I know that's kind of cliche about how water, you know, the water wins at the end of the day, even against stone. But I think that's Also gives me a little bit of peace of mind, you know, when we think about the state of our world and we think about the state of our people, all people, and just the hardship that we're all going through right now in so many different arenas of our lives. And just to remember that this is just a grain of sand within eternity. And not to say we should give up and stop trying and none of it matters, but just we should try every day to help each other and help others, but just to remember that it is all going to be okay, no matter what. Some way, as my friend says, some way, somehow, it'll be okay. So I think that's what that poem was really about, and also about how like a stone in the river, you know, we're kind of polished over time. I know I'm still getting polished. I have a lot to learn and a lot to figure out. And I think that that's part of the journey too, is getting altered by time and getting shaped and polished by time and by Creator, and allowing ourselves to kind of surrender to that process and trust that we might end up by the end of this whole journey as just a big pile of sand. You know, we might not even look like the rock that we were before. And that's okay. That's part of the beauty of it. And that refinement that we're all a part of in the long run. So anyways, that's the first part of my set. Thank you all so much. I think they're going to do a little interview with me now that we had pre-recorded. So just really grateful to all the organizers, and I hope you guys raise a lot of funds for your endeavors. And I'll see you here in a little bit. Thanks.
Hamakani, everybody. Homo yabe mi. Here I am, Shelley Covert, with the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan Tribe and the executive director of Chirp, who's bringing you this fabulous project today. And with me, I have my dearest friend and somebody who has come into my life, I think at a time when I really needed to meet her, because she's got such the warrior spirit that I'm always, you know me, I'm real, if you know me, you'll know that I'm not, I don't feel always inside that I am that warrior. I have a very different way. So meeting Lyla really helped to shine a light inside of me, made me, I guess, seeing these beautiful women, our Indigenous women, have to come and be such a strong warrior. It sets an example for me and helps me to not be so afraid. Well, I'm very afraid for them a lot of the times. It's really helped meeting you and knowing you, Lyla, and watching the work you do. So would you introduce yourself, please?
Sure. Yaat shik aroshidne she nanish ejet hachi in shlino hashkaitne bashishin ashin hindishiche Lagana da Chanel, Taos, New Mexico, Date Nasha, Akwet Ego Dane Astanishli. So my name is Lyla June, and I'm from the Black Charcoal Streak division of the Red Running into Water clan of the Dene Nation, also incorrectly known as Navajo. On my mom's side, on my dad's side, he's mostly European and also some of the southern native tribes. And so I'm really, really joyful to be here. And I am a musician, an anthropologist, a former unsuccessful politician.
It takes a long time, just getting experience, that's all.
Yeah. Organizer. I'm working on my PhD right now in Indigenous food systems. So yeah, I don't know what I am, to be honest, but I'm here to help is what I try to be.
Or what you're going to be tomorrow, because I always tease and say tomorrow it might be nuclear, like, yeah. And you're like, is there a manual? Like, okay. Yeah. But my my desire today to sort of focus our, few minutes that we have here was to talk about our women to be present, like politics. I forgot that one even earlier when we were talking. Like, you need to have some kind of, in the perfect world, right? You're a musician, you're a politician, you're working on your PhD, yet you're also, as an Indigenous woman, probably tasked at home with your own family. How many things do we have to carry in our bag? I think because we're always looking for those creative moments that you don't want to miss, to make things better, to shape this world that we're living in, and then being called, how many people are being called into the front lines with their physical bodies as well, to be warriors on so many fronts. And it's a question to myself, and I just want to share that with you. I question how long, this is not sustainable. This is not a sustainable path. Maybe one of those paths at once could or could not be sustainable. So can you just talk to me about that? I'm really interested to hear. I know it's not just me who's feeling this. And, talk to me about that. How do we make it sustainable? How do we get the people by our sides to help support the work?
Yeah, I think a lot of the Native women that I know of are battling many different wars on different fronts simultaneously. I think about one tribe in California that I worked with. They were fighting the dam raise. They were fighting the destruction of their salmon population. They were fighting for the right to just have eagle feathers as a tribe because they weren't federally recognized. They were fighting to bring back their womanhood ceremony. They were fighting to keep peace within the tribe itself, just to keep everyone on the same page. They were fighting, and like you said, any one of those battles would take a lifetime, or at least all of you. So how do these tribal leaders who are women, and whether usually if there are one of those tribes with a chairman or a president, the leader is a man, but oftentimes the women are the ones on the ground doing the work. Oftentimes, not always, but usually. Mm-hmm. And so I think that that it is a lot, and somehow they still do it, not without casualties. We have a lot of women get really sick, and we have them develop heart problems, have to get heart surgery. Look at LaDonna Brave Bull. She gave her life literally to that movement. She's strong, but she's battling chemo. Mm-hmm. She's battling cancer, and so it is sad when our women literally give their lives to these movements. And I think the way to get help is to develop clear visions and clear roles, and say, this is what I want to create, and this is the help that I need. Mm-hmm. And make it a little easier for people to jump on board. Now, that doesn't necessarily guarantee people will jump on board, but in today's climate, I think it would, because you have so many people finally paying attention to Indigenous, the primacy of Indigenous peoples on this land, that there's a lot of things that matter, and yet as original peoples, that should be the first thing that we address in our communities, is how do we restore right relations with Indigenous peoples. So I think that's one way, is to make a clear vision of what we want to see, write it out, maybe have someone make a video of it. You can give a speech if you're not a writer, because not all of us are writers. I can't read very well, even though I'm getting my PhD, I have my computer read all the texts to me. So some of us have different ways of working. But finding some way to portray your vision of your goal, where you're trying to go. And once you create that, it's almost like it takes a life of its own, and people start coming and creating it. And so, and then defining those roles of, like, I need someone to manage all of the logistics for this prayer run. I need someone to manage, how do we get water stations? How do we da 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 da? So defining those roles, and then I think lastly, the last thing I'll say for now on this is that having the ability to receive help. I know that for me, I just recently learned how to ask for help, and I'm still learning how to deepen that ability, but it's really hard for me to say, I need help. I don't have it all figured out. I'm not invincible. I feel lost. I feel scared. I feel vulnerable.
Good for you for being able to say it. I'm like, that's nice. Yeah, I have a very hard time. And it's just with myself. I mean, not even inwardly, like, this might be getting a little much. No, it's not. You know, it just, even the self-identification of those things is just, why is that? I wonder, it's just, is that cultural, or is it just, I mean, is it the damage that makes us not be able to ask out? I mean, I'm not sure what drives that, because that's interesting, because that's where I am. I mean, to my closest friends, I can probably say, they'll look at me and go, wow, you know, you look stressed or whatever, and could you use some help? But I am not the one asking or admitting to myself that, geez, this is a lot. So I'm so glad to hear you be able to verbalize that.
Yeah. Well, when we were children in our formative years, especially 0 to 3, if we reached out for help and it wasn't there, that creates a very deep conditioning that says, don't even ask for help, because you might get rejected or you might get let down. And so it's better to just not even ask and stay really not vulnerable, to not risk being left hanging. So lately I've been saying, like, I need help. And one of my friends will be like, I would love to help you. And I almost want to cry, because I'm like, oh my God, it worked. You know? And
what is this magic?
And when we're children of a traumatized population like Indigenous peoples, a lot of our parental institutions, if you will, were obliterated by the boarding schools, by the massacres, by the trauma, by the diseases. Sometimes diseases would rip through our communities, and guess who was left surviving was the children, because they could resist that disease. They were strong and healthy. And so you'd have a bunch of kids, literally lost kids, who some elder would manage to collect all the kids and bring them together to create a new tribe. You know, that's what a lot of the rancherias are, like collections of survivors. And so a lot of our parenting traditions were lost for different reasons. And so we have to kind of parent ourselves and say, I need help, you know? And say, I'm here for you, you know.
Answer yourself with love.
Yeah.
You know, instead of what I do is the exact opposite. Oh, what a baby, you know, come on. You know, oh, geez, it's all so hard. You know, I play my little fiddle to myself all the time, but I absolutely do not answer myself with love. No, I don't. Wow, that's really heavy. I'm glad we're having this small therapy session right now. You know, and another piece of that, Lyla, is I know that, you know, our conditioning, you never bring attention to yourself because of the fear. And if I am asking for help, then I'm drawing attention to myself, which automatically affects all of my family and all my tribe. And so I can imagine too, you know, there's such that, like, being forced to be invisible, and then that just that overwhelming sense of just blending into the wall, you know, like, don't look over here, I'm not over here. So then you've got all these people today, when the environment, I guess, because you know, when the earth is damaged, I'm so happy, I should say, I'm so happy when other people that I know who are non-Indigenous feel it, when the earth is damaged in the way that I feel it. And I mean, well, that's a hard thing, and I don't wish that on anybody. People need to feel it. Like, I just lost my 2 huge oak trees that were, unfortunately, over my property line, and it just felt like, I mean, it could have been my mom out there that they were chopping up to pieces. I mean, it was so, and trying to express that to somebody else, they just, you know, I'm sure it's a little bit of an eye roll, like, yeah, right, it's a tree, you know? And I do hope that as that pain is shared out, you know, outside of our indigenous communities and other people start to, like you say, answer the call, we can, I guess it's really up to us, to, that's something we've never done. I guess we're always reacting and responding and putting out fires to stop and say, what is the vision and how, not even to put people in those slots, but lay it all out and then hope that they'll come.
Yeah, and that's really the best we can do, because sadly we can't control other people.
I know.
That
is very sad too.
That whole free will thing gets in the way of a lot of indigenous
president and VP right here. I mean, how could that be wrong in any shape or form? It would be good for everybody.
Yeah, so I think that that's why we haven't gotten where we need to get as indigenous peoples, and why we continue to be marginalized, etc. A lot of people are having fun being American. It's fun. You get to go to like the drive-in, you know, drive-through food. I don't know what it's a gas, you know, literally gas. Like they have oil, they can go fast. I like going fast. I'm a fast driver. Like, and so I think there's.
That's good to know. Thank you. I noted that one.
I'm working on it, but you know, like America, for some colonizers and settlers for the past almost 300 years has been too fun to let go of, even if they're destroying and obliterating other people and ecosystems. It's just too, and furthermore, even if it wasn't too fun, a lot of us don't have an alternative way of living. And so
where are you gonna go?
Yeah, and I think that's where we step in as indigenous peoples the best that we can, is say, hey, let's put in the effort to make this information available to people. Yes, they might, you know, exploit that information. They might buy it and sell it online for $500 a pop. But like, there are people who won't do that. And now's the time for us to be generous with our knowledge, generous with our teachings in the safest way that we can, so that we can actually give people alternative ways of living. And the truth is, we're not going to win everyone over. We're not going to win everyone into the paradigm that Native people's rights are the most important thing to look at right now. We're not going to win everyone over in the idea that this does not belong to white conquerors. I know in Nevada City, that's not really too much of an issue, but like in other parts of this country, that white nationalism is.
Oh yeah, we've actually seen it. It's another one of the things that's just hiding out there. You know, you're not confronted with it. I mean, that's why nobody knew about the tribe till just very recently. That gold rush history is just really the only history that there is. And yeah, everything that's been going on, I feel like I can always step back and just like look and go, that's interesting, you know, like, you know, those two people are mad at each other, yet they're standing back to back and they don't even know it, yet they're ready to chop each other up, you know. And yeah, I agree, Lyla. Well, I guess we should wrap up. Thank you so much. And after this, we're going to go back to some more of your music. So thank you so much for doing everything that you do. I certainly hope you don't get sick. And I mean, we need you. Just meeting you has really impacted my life, and you came out when we really needed support, and oh, you get all teary. And you came and just did what you do best and ran with the protocol, and I appreciate you so much. Yes. And thank you for the volunteerism that you do for our organization. It's also important, and when you need me, all you gotta do is, you don't have to call, text me, I don't know. Send me the box in a dream, whatever. Don't hesitate. I will absolutely love to do whatever you want. You just give me a call. I'll be there.
Oh, thank you so much, sister. And I'm honored to serve your nation. And I pray that everyone continues to stand behind you and learn from you. You're such a kind and generous person to just love in the face of everything that's been done, and to forgive and to link arms with the descendants of the people who harmed your, I mean, it's beautiful. This is the expression of true reconciliation, not performative reconciliation. And so I'm just honored to be a part of this movement you guys have going on. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Lyla.
Thank you. All right.
Woo! Beautiful.
Nice.
Got me all teary.
I know those tears are good, you know, let them flow because that's related to being able to ask for help, I found. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, boy, it's funny. I didn't even see my mom cry. I mean, until after I had my own daughter. It's probably when she had, right around the time she had heart surgery. And I guess there's something like literally physical when you crack open your chest, like it causes emotion. So she just started crying and she's like,
okay, I'm back. So this is a newer song. I just wrote it a couple weeks ago. So I wrote it with an elder from the Mescalero Apache Nation. And his name's Oliver Njadi. And so, yeah, it has a lot of his thinking built into it. Most of the lyrics are his, actually. So thank you, Oliver. It's called People of the Water, aka Oliver's song. He said it's not a song, it's a way of life. It's a forever thing. It's a message. He said you can say that water is life. You can sing it again and again, but will they listen? Are we gonna stand by these words? Are we gonna find a way to change the way we're living Mother Earth? She feels everything and it hurts. Like the moon, like the body of a woman, she is changing. Can we return to the times that water was alive? When we prayed at her edge and gave thanks for this life. When the water fell from the sky and we drank from her bosom. When the water fell from our eyes and the water fell from our wombs. When it rose up to the surface and we knew every spring. No fear or competition, just a relative to all things. We are people of the sun, we are people of the water. We will celebrate our sons, we will celebrate our daughters. Give them ceremony so when the drought comes they'll be ready. Will the next war be for water? All our solutions are part of the problem, can't win war with war. There is more than one creation story. Worlds have died and worlds have been reborn before. When you touch the water, you touch the world. From Taos Peaks to Gulf Streams, the memories they hold. We sell her by the acre foot and treat her as our captive. The rivers are undrinkable while the aquifer's extracted. Our food will need water to grow, but do you have to take it all? We try to hold her and control her as we watch our empire fall. He said it's not a song, it's a way of life. It's a forever thing, it's a message. He said you can say that water is life. You can sing it again and again, but can you live it? So big thanks to Oliver for helping me write that song. And to the American Architecture League who helped get it started. They're doing a publication about the lower Rio Grande in New Mexico, and That song was written for that publication talking about water issues in southern New Mexico. And I know that there's a lot of water issues in California, to say the least. I know the Winnemem and Wintu right now are struggling with their salmon populations, trying to save the Delta from the Delta Project. Just all around complete mismanagement of water systems. And all the natives are like, we tried to tell you, you're not supposed to do that. You're not supposed to dam the rivers like that. You're not supposed to put fertilizer in the rivers like that. You're not supposed to mine gold right there. It'll get in the wine. But I guess that's how we learn. We learn by royally screwing up and realizing we can't drink any of the water around us. And then our children realize that they don't want to do that anymore. So this song is called Mamulad, and this is really about my European side. On my dad's side is from Scotland and Scandinavia, British. So this is a lot about the destruction of European indigenous culture, specifically the witch burnings and the destruction of women through the persecution of witches in the 1st and 2nd millennia AD. So here we go. 6 million women thrown to the flames. The library is burning. I'll remember their names. The first colonization of the human race didn't happen in America. It happened in the place of Mamulad, mother country, Magyarország, the people's land, Nasha Zemlya, the people's soil. I hear you calling. We've been afraid to look at the past and see the truth that's there. But take my hand, let's walk the land. Now you don't have to be scared. There's an ancient motherland that we have forgotten, and great-grandmothers burned at the stake for holding the earth in their hands, for holding the earth in their hands, for holding the earth in their hands. Persecuted as witches, warlocks and killers, but these were not evil people. These were Europe's healers. These were Europe's healers. They were healers, and we descend from healers. And this old heart of mine, it weeps away for all of our ceremonies going up in flames. But feeling is healing, and this is how I wash away the pain. Yes, feeling is healing, and this is why we remember their names. Yes, feeling is healing, and this is how we wash away the pain. So let it rain on this land. My mother's medicine lives in the earth, rising from the ashes as we remember. I can hear her songs running through my veins as my brothers blow on embers of old bard stories. I could place my feet in the Tuscan streams, to mend the tattered edges of my father's dreams. My father's dreams. I will not choose war, I will choose peace. And honor the ancestors that live inside of me, live inside of me, live inside of me, live inside of me. Thank you so much for that one. And I actually wanted to read another poem, if that's all right. And then I'll finish out with one last song. So thank you all so much again for letting me be a part of this. And thanks to all the people in Northern California who are working to uncover the truth of the Native American Holocaust, and the people who were hunted for money right there in the 1800s. You could get $5 a scalp in Sacramento, and $5 back then was a lot. And so our people perished in great numbers. And so for the Nisenan to step out in the heart of the gold rush territory and to say, I am Indigenous and I belong, is a lot harder than it should be. And so I think we all need to stand behind them as strongly and lovingly as we can. And I know that's what all of you are doing, to be on this right now. And so I just want to pray for the health of the Nisenan Nation, that they can continue to build up their culture, build up the memory of the land, build up the dances, the ceremonies, the songs, have safe places to perpetuate their culture. Okay. Let's see. Okay, this is for all the grandmas out there. It is dawn. The sun is rising in the sky, and my grandmother and I are singing prayers to the horizon. This morning, she's teaching me the meaning of Honjon. Although there's no direct translation from the Navajo language into English, every living being knows what Honjon means. For Honjon is every drop of rain. It's your every eyelash. It's every feather on the bluebird's wing. It's every leaf on every tree. And my grandmother says that Honjon is understanding that you are a part of the earth's brilliance, that humanity is an expression of the earth's brilliance. My grandmother knows this well, for she speaks the same language as Lokachegai snowstorms. She speaks the same language as horse hooves hitting the dirt on birthdays, for she was a midwife and she would gallop to the women in labor until she became fluent in the language of suffering mothers, fluent in the language of joyful mothers, fluent in the language of handing a glowing newborn to its creator. Honjon is like this. It is an experience, but it is not something you can experience alone. The eagles tell us as they lock talons in the stratosphere and fall to the earth as one. Honjon is inter-beauty. And my grandmother knows this well, for she speaks the same language as the male rain, which shoots lightning boys through the sky, pummels the green corn children, and huddles the horses against the cliffsides in the early afternoon. She also speaks the language of the female rain, which sends the scent of dust and sage into our houans, into our homes, and casts rainbows in the sky us dene, we know what honjon means. And each and every one of you listening, we all know what honjon means. And deep down, I think we know what honjon does not mean. Like the days we walk in sadness, like the days we walk in fear, like the days we live for money, like the days when the conquistadors came, and they climbed off their horses and told us they were going to take away the mountains. Now we knew this was not honjon because we knew you could not own a mountain, but we knew we could make it honjon once again. So we took their silver coins, and we took their silver swords, and we melted them with fire and buffalo hide bellows, and recast them into beautiful squash blossom jewelry pieces, and placed it around their necks. We took the silver helmet straight off of their heads and transformed it into a fearless beauty. We made jewelry. Honjon is like this, my grandma says. It is the healing of broken hearts. It is the healing of broken bones. It is the prayer that carried our people through genocide and disease. It is the prayer that will carry all people through anything, through global warming, through this global fear that dances like an illusion in our mind. This morning, my grandmother is teaching me something very important. She's teaching me that sometimes the easiest and most elegant way to defeat an army of hatred is to sing to it. Sing to it beautiful songs until it falls to its knees and surrenders. It will do this, she says, because it will have finally found a sweeter fire than revenge. It will have found heaven. It will have found honjon. And so my grandmother is talking to the colors of the sky at dawn, as she does every morning. And she's saying, honjon na haslin, honjon na haslin, honjon na haslin, honjon na haslin, which means beauty and joy are restored again. It is dawn, my friends. Let's wake up. The night is over. Okay, so I got one more song for you, and then we will move along. This is my very fancy drumstick. It's a sock on a tripod, but that's all I got. So, do we want to change the levels, or are we good for this? Okay, cool.
Indigenous people, shine your light, we are equal, yeah, yeah. I remember the days when our prayers were illegal. I remember the days when being Indian was lethal, yeah, yeah. Yeah, we had a rough past, but get ready for the sequel. Get ready for the glorious comeback of our people, yeah. Rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I could feel it in my heart, can you feel it in your blood? I could hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up. All nations rise, rise up, cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, cause now's our time. With forgiveness as my bow and my prayers as my arrows, pull it back and let it go. I watch them fly like sparrows. Have hope, have hope. With compassion as my shield and faith down to my marrow, I will walk the pollen path even when it gets narrow. Yeah, yeah. Resurrect, yes you can bet. seen the alcohol take it all and leave us dead. We've seen the children take their lives when they can't take the dread anymore. No, we can't take the dread anymore. Or, no, I won't take the dread anymore. 'Cause I can't take the dread anymore. Yes, it's a war, but we've seen it all before. And now we know we can change it, 'cause that's why we were born. We know we are the ones that we have been waiting for. Yes, we are the ones that Grandma has been praying for. So rise up, all you warriors of love, all you answers to the prayers of our ancestors from above. I could feel it in my heart. Can you feel it in your blood? I could hear the seventh fire calling us to wake up. Pueblo hermoso, levántense, es nuestro tiempo. No tienes que esconderte más, porque ahorita es nuestro tiempo. This next verse is in Spanish to honor all the indigenous peoples south of that imaginary border, and a prayer to release the children from the detention centers. Mujer indígena, tú eres tan sagrada y traigas medicina de tu suelo todavía, a pesar del abuso de tu cuerpo y tu tierra. Respetamos tus ancestros y la suya cultura, hombre indígena. Tú eres honorable y yo veo la fuerza que todavía sobrevive, a pesar del abuso de tu raza venerable. Yo respeto tus ritos, tus danzas, tus padres, guerreros del amor y guerreros de la paz. Sí, no vamos a escondernos más. We are warriors of love, we are warriors of peace. We will not hide ourselves anymore. All nations rise, rise up, 'cause now's your time. We don't have to hide anymore, 'cause now's our time. Yay!
So thank you all so much. I guess that's all the time I get to share with you all. And I hope you all have a wonderful day. Stay safe, stay hydrated. Yes, and keep close to each other and help each other out in this time. Prayers are with you, and we'll see you again soon. Okay, I'm back.
Homakani, welcome back. So, wow, did that leave you as like flat out as it left me? I'd like to introduce a friend of mine. This is Nikila, and we have recently, should I say absorbed her onto the Chirp board of directors. The Chirp board of directors. So, Nikila, anyway, I have some things that I would really like to speak with you about. First, I would like you to introduce yourself, of course. But, excuse me, Nikila is also an artist and a musician. So I feel very in tune when she and I are speaking together. Sometimes the things that I feel that I need to express don't always land home with everyone. And when you get people like Lyla, like Nikila, like, Marisu, you get, I guess there are other indigenous women who I have the privilege and honor of working with, and also they're my friends. And you know, some of these topics that we're dealing with today and the events happening on the earth are actually new. I know that when we were working on the levees, and I work as a tribal monitor, and when we encounter ground disturbing projects, the tribes are called because there may or may not be a burial present. And I mean, sometimes we're dealing with things like, and I don't mean to be disrespectful and speak about the dead, excuse me. My neck is telling me, be careful speaking about the dead. I don't mean to just lay it out there with no forewarning. But when we're talking about like removing ancestors because a road's going through or a mall is maybe being put there, you know, the Native folks come on site, and we're trying to create new levels of protocol for something that should never happen, which is like having the ancestors dug from their sleeping place and their resting place. I feel the same way when we talk about Standing Rock, or we talk about any environmental destruction. I feel that these are things that humans probably aren't necessarily, I can only speak for myself, that I'm not built to necessarily discuss these things because they're very strange. They're very out of place. And what we find over and over again are the people on the front lines are Indigenous folks and their allies. And we come together as the warrior spirit, which I personally, I like things smooth. I hate confrontation. I would never label myself as a warrior spirit until I'm really tapped into something that is so absurd, maybe, or so threatening that it touches on that part of me and it really comes out. And, I bring this up because Nikila, in her work, she was present at Mauna Kea, she was present at Standing Rock. And, maybe like me, I would assume you just want to maybe hang out and play music and do art. And yet we're called again and again to the front lines. So I really want to leave it open to you, Nikila. I had some questions, but I feel that just, coming off on the heels of the things that Lyla said, I'm really moved to talk about this female experience. We have these women warriors that I know many tribes had their women warriors and their women leaders, but it seems more and more again that, the women are taking care of the family, and they're fighting on the front lines, and maybe they're raising funds, and they're trying to do maybe their own life, go figure, like have some music and art in their life. But I thought maybe we could talk a little bit about that, and then, how we met and how I got you to be on the board. I mean, I really want to just leave it open to you just to sort of talk about what you feel like talking about.
Okay. Aloha, miigwech. My name is Nikila Badua, and I'm from the island of Oahu, Hawaii. I come from the lineages of Kanaka Maoli, Ilocano, and the Anishinaabe Nation, and European lineages. So just want to introduce myself and honor my ancestral lineages. Also want to just pay homage to the ancestors of this land and to the Nisenan people. To answer your question, where should I begin? Gosh, it's kind of a loaded conversation. I guess I'll begin, just talking about these times right now, just really acknowledging all the Indigenous leaders on the front lines right now. I feel like right now, with everything going on in the world, the state of the world, this is a really important time that, I think for the first time, with the way technology is, with social media, it's the first time that Indigenous leaders can really be heard worldwide. And we can actually start unifying our movements in a whole other way than I've ever seen. And just really want to acknowledge those people, because I'll speak on behalf of myself. Going to Standing Rock, going to Mauna Kea, it brings up a little story. You know, sometimes people don't understand why you drop everything to go do something like that. I've been told, oh, you're addicted to helping people. You know, this is not the time, you need to work, you need to take care of this and that. But there's a feeling that that happens when you just know you need to be somewhere. And there's no question. And it's really just, it's a connection to the earth that I can't quite explain. It just is within me. And I just want to send that place that's within, that to all those other leaders that are dedicating their lives on the front lines, because it's an unspoken truth, and it's an unspoken love. I don't really call it activism. I call it just being human on this earth and doing what we need to do for our children and our children's children. That to me is first and foremost. So just acknowledging that and really, you know, want to encourage people during these times to really look to those leaders in those communities that are coming forth and speaking out and standing up as guardians and protectors for their resources, because I feel like that is just one of the most important voices right now. You know, for myself, I tend to speak about, you know, I'm raised between different types of cultures. I'm very mixed. And I kind of narrow it down to like two lenses of how I see. I see because I've, you know, in the Western mindset, because that's how I've been indoctrinated and educated, being, you know, growing up. But I also see through the Indigenous lens. And I've been on this path of really just learning how to walk between those worlds and be able to put what I see into words to be able to communicate. And what I see in terms of that lens, you know, I wasn't brought into a family of being, you know, shown everything traditionally. I really had to go on that journey on my own, because that's what I knew in my heart I had to do for my son and, you know, for his children. So I don't know if I'm going off on a tangent or if we...
It's a good tangent. I love it. No, I understand where you're going. You know, I've found in my own family these things that I grew up with honestly, I just thought our family was weird because we did things differently than other folks. And you know, like you're saying, you go through this journey and you start to understand. And the older I get, the more I understand that these are ways that my family is, because they have always been that way. There's protocols, there's the hierarchy that lives, especially within the women in our families. Like if my cousins are older than me, then, you know, pretty much I have to listen to and do what they say for the most part. But I really appreciate you sharing that, Nikila, and I appreciate you coming onto the board. I feel that keeping our perspective at the front of these grassroots organizations that are, like Chirp, is put in place to support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan Tribe. And also I wanted to add real quick that I think if you're watching live and you're trying to buy a ticket for the event tonight, that the Center for the Arts, the button when you click it, it's saying that it's sold out or tickets can't be purchased. So I want to redirect you to chirpca.org, www.chirpca.org. Oh, we got it right on the screen. Yes, so amazing. So I encourage you, you can go there and donate the ticket amount, and please go ahead and do that. And so thank you, Nikila. And we're going to jump right into another set of videos. So we'll be back with you soon. Thank you. Wakani, Homo Yabemi, Nishanana Memiwakamni, Lidam Lily Yapimni, Nishanam Hedidi. I'm Shelley Covert, and I'm the spokesperson for the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan Tribe. I'm also the executive director of Chirp, which is the California Heritage Indigenous Research Project. And we're here with our art exhibit. And I'd like to introduce you to my colleague here.
Hello, my name is Mira Clark, and I have been a participating artist and the art coordinator for the Visibility Through Art initiative for the past 3 years. And we're here to talk about this really incredible collection, Invisible No More. And it's really important that we discuss the process that goes into creating all of these art pieces as primarily non-Nisenan artists getting to work with the Nisenan.
Absolutely. The Visibility Through Art project was created from the tribe's deep desire to interact and connect with our local art community. I guess it really stemmed from my question of how do we get amazing local artists to do the art we want them to do? Mira and I, who is the art coordinator, we met one day at the coffee shop on a completely different topic. And I had asked her that question, like, how do you make artists make what you want them to make? And it was because of the conversation between the two of us that this project was created. So because we are a terminated tribe and we're almost completely extinguished during the gold rush, history has not reflected our history very well. And it really has become up to us to be the storytellers and the ones who are bringing forth this forgotten and erased history. We are seeking to have our federal recognition restored. And art has just been an incredible way to raise the visibility of our people.
Art is a powerful tool for social change, and this is because two of the most innately human qualities are art and storytelling. And when we have the opportunity to bring those two together, we have an impactful recipe for shifting narratives, social change, as well as bringing about awareness. And the goal locally is to change the narrative from one of glorifying the gold rush to one of supporting, acknowledging, and respecting the local Indigenous people.
You know, we're walking a really fine line with this project, I feel. We have Native American artists who push back all the time against cultural appropriation. We talk with the artists that are involved in this project deeply. For hours and hours and hours, they've heard me talk about our history and our stories. And I am sharing with the artists the desires of the tribe.
It's really important that everyone understands that artists begin each year with a number of meetings with Shelley Covert, sharing the history of the Nisenan with us and diving into topics of cultural sensitivity and cultural appropriation. And from there, they check in along the way with their pieces. And every year, the level of collaboration has only grown. This past year, we had artists paired one-on-one with tribal members to co-create works, as well as one artist led tribal members in a mineral paint workshop to create their own pieces. And I really want to take a moment to thank Shelley Covert and all of the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan for allowing us in this way and for trusting us with this project. And I do not say that lightly. It is a really deep honor.
When we hung our first art exhibit and watched the tribal members come in, especially there was this one moment where one of our artists, Alyssa, had done a piece reproduced from a photograph, a family photograph, and we had it sitting really right as you came in the door to the art reception. I got to witness my mom and my aunties, who were little children in the photo. They walked in and that was the first thing they saw. And my heart was beating because I didn't know if I was going to scare them or if it was uncomfortable. But they had tears, of course, and they were tears of joy. And I was able to ask them later about their experience. They're being seen for the first time in some cases and acknowledged. And we have this amazing group of artists who are just so receptive, and they hold it in their heart that this is an important project and they want to see it done well.
The biggest art piece we are making is coming together and listening deeply to Shelley and what the tribal members have to share with us, and letting that inform how we're going to live here today and move forward as settlers on this land. If you have a chance to come out and see this exhibit in person, please do so. It will be up through September 19th. And if you come in, please be sure to read the words that go with each piece, as that is really what this is all about.
And even though we can't gather this year, you can come in groups as large as 10, and you can pre-book the space here. Walk-ins are also okay as long as somebody else hasn't booked the space. So come down and come together in a group if you can and enjoy this awesome art and support Chirp and the tribe.
Hello, my name is Mira Clark, and you can find my work at existinspired.com or on Instagram with the same name. And I work primarily in acrylic and pencil, charcoal, watercolor, and mixed media. And I originally chose to be a part of this project as an artist as well as an organizer from the beginning in 2017 and onwards, because I was born in Nevada County and raised here, and I only learned about the Nisenan tribe later in life and felt that there was really nothing innocent about that not knowing, because it reflects a lot of ugliness in our culture and lack of education in our school systems and complete disregard for the land that we are on, and a lot of the really horrible legacies of our area. So being a part of this project and the importance of it felt like really learning the true history of my hometown and working to be in right relationship with this land and this community and the original people of this place. And I feel there has been so much learning and growth, and I've been deeply affected by this project, especially how all of these artworks are created, because it's sort of a different way of going about things. Artists are not independently just creating artworks out of nowhere. There's a lot of history sharing and dialogue between artists and Shelley Covert and artists and tribal members, and there's check-in processes along the way to make sure that pieces feel really respectful and accurate. And I see the coming together of artists and tribal members in this community as a huge act of trust and a really amazing privilege that us non-Nisenan artists get to be able to work with the Nisenan and participate in this way and be invited into the history and the stories that they are sharing with us, and that's an incredible honor. And I think that this whole experience and the shows from the past 3 years have been really valuable to our community as a collective, because art as a medium for telling stories is so powerful, because it can really invite people into understanding complex issues, and that's really important for right now. And also I feel that currently in the United States, on Turtle Island, this is such an important conversation, that settlers learn who the indigenous people are of the land that they're living and working on, and that there are conversations between communities, and that as settlers we are offering our assistance and service if it is wanted, and participating in highlighting indigenous issues in our communities and generating visibility. So I feel deeply, deeply honored to have been involved in this project and greatly affected by everything that has been shared with me and the way in which all of these pieces were created. It has been a huge privilege to work with all of these artists in the Nisenan.
Hello, my name is Victoria Moran, and I am a licensed trauma therapist here in Nevada City. and I have my background in expressive arts therapy. So art has been a huge part of my life, art in all of her forms, and I just feel so blessed that I have had the opportunity to learn so many different art modalities, and that I can bring them into my work with the human family. So in this incredible art show and art offering for the visibility of the Nisenan in Nevada County, I worked closely with Shelley with a belt that has been in her family for a really, really long time. A belt that was once beaded on a loom and has since been worn and a bit tattered. So I saw this piece and was really drawn to it because I love to bead as well. And in thinking what I could contribute to the show and learning about Shelley and the history of this belt, which I will allow Shelley to share with all of you if she'd like, I felt moved to ask if it would be of any interest for me to recreate this belt on a loom using the same colors and the pattern. And Shelley was enthusiastic about that possibility. So I went ahead and gave it a shot. It turned out really well. I think I was pleased with the way it turned out, but even more pleased with the transformation that took place within myself in recreating this piece. It took me over 50 hours working with this piece, and one of the more powerful aspects of this piece, at least for me, was the symbology of the whirling wheel or the whirling log, which we have come to know, unfortunately, as the swastika. And so the original symbology of the whirling log has connotations with cosmology, humanity, protection, healing, not only in Native American communities, but also in indigenous communities around the world, Tibet and in India and in other Asian communities have worked with this symbol predating World War II. So in recreating this piece, I was able to be with this symbol and learn its origins, learn that in Native American community in general, it is a symbol of the four directions, of the four seasons, of the actual sun himself and the movement of those cycles. Therefore, this symbol is actually a symbol of the rotation of life itself, and has been used in healing ceremonies across many Native communities. So it was really powerful for me to work with that symbology, and in hopes of sparking dialogue around cultural appropriation, which the Nazis did with this symbol, and has actually transformed this symbol into one of hatred and fear, unfortunately. So maybe a dialogue around reclamation of symbols that have been part of indigenous communities, and a reclaiming of their meaning and the reclaiming of that part of indigenous community culture, part of their history, and reclaiming that. So it was very impactful for me, and in deepening my connection with Shelley Culver and her family and the tribe and the history of where I live here in Nevada City. It was really important for me. And I think also just so important to, and so honored to be able to recreate that belt, and of course give it back to the tribe and to Shelley, so they can work with that belt in whatever way that they feel is right. That was something that felt really important, and another deeper teaching for me in reciprocity and what that could look like and what that could feel like with the original people of this land that I am a settler on. So it's been very, very powerful for me, and I am so honored to have been a part of this project, and so honored to meet the other artists and just collaborate together as a community for the visibility of the Nisenan and the wellness that I hope they continue to have and thrive here on their land.
Hamakani, everybody, welcome back. I hope you're enjoying these videos. We're getting ready to give you a break. Just in case you're sitting there with your face stuck at your screen, we've scheduled a 5-minute break before we bring on Lindsay. She's right over there. I'm fanning out so hard tonight. I just I'm having a really nice time. So, but we wanted to say, please keep those donations rolling in. It's just been awesome. It's on your screen there. Oh, maybe not. Chirpca.org, CHIRPCA.org.
And we just want to give a thank you to everyone who's helped out in any way to make this night possible and to make it so beautiful. I think you all know who you are. Thank you. We really appreciate it.
Couldn't do it without you. So here's your 4-minute break, and we'll see you back here, and don't miss it.
Don't be late.
Don't be late.
Welcome back, everybody. Hope you got a good break in. We're super excited to announce next one up, Lindsay Bellows. She's an artist and activist on a mission to open up a field of magic through music in which anything is possible. She sings and performs solo and as part of Brightside Blue, a project she shares with her beloved partner, Ananda. Lindsay has lived in the homelands of the Nisenan for almost 7 years and is so grateful for the opportunity to support them in their efforts towards re-recognition and cultural preservation. We'd love to hear you, Lindsay.
Thank you. It's such an honor to be here. And I say that not so that you all get excited for me, but as an invitation, as just an offer of how good it feels to be offering one's love, one's time, one's gifts to support something so important like this. So thank you all for being here. Thank you for spending your time and your love to support something so important, and welcome into deeper relationship with what really matters. Day con day con day ba, day con day ba, day con day ba, day con day ba, day. I'm gonna turn it. I lost count of where I was. Day con day ba, 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 day con day day con day. Unfurling, unwinding, a burden, a binding, refused and resigning, forgotten, but reminding. Oh, day con day ba, 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 day con day ba. Holy, holy, the body knows how to hold and how to let go, how to heal and how to holy, holy, the body knows. was high with courage and glad tidings. The here before is now rising. Holy, holy, the body knows how to hold and how to let go, how to heal and how to grow. Holy, holy, the body knows. A mother, her child ling forever, a wild thing. Come thunder, come lightning, the circle keeps cycling. How to hold and how to let go, how to heal and how to grow. Holy, holy, the body knows. Calling on the spirit of resilience that flows through every living being. The earth, the land, the waters, the people. And may we remember that ever-flowing source. Even if we don't feel it's there, it's there, moving in the direction of healing and regeneration. And knowing that's true for this tribe and for our community and for our whole world right now. What was the other song I was going to do? Oh yeah, it's got like a beat. It's like that thing. Yeah, thanks, Shelly. Like a slicing, like a lightning, like a shot in the dark that was heard but never seen. Like a devil, like a rebel, like a voice in the ear that you don't know how to trust. Like a scaffold, skyscraper, like the boxes and borders and rules that kept you in. Like a hunger, like a heartbreak, like a rift from the ones that gave you life, gave you life. You are the sun shining your light, lifting all illusion. You are the swift changing tide, nothing in your way. Take all your love, give for your life. You were born for action.
Live by your word, make it right. You know what to do. Yes, you do. Like a losing, then a finding. Like a place, like a time recollected from the dirt. Like a bright star, like a beacon. Like a prayer that you make, that you feed with all you've got. Like a current, moving swiftly. Like a force from within, from beyond that won't be stopped. Like a wondering, and a wandering. Like a waiting until it's time, the time is now. Time is now. You are the sun shining your light, lifting all illusion. You are the swift changing tide, nothing in your way. Take all your love, give for your life. You were born for action. Live by your word, make it right. You know what to do. You know what you got to do now. You know what to do. You know what you got to do now. You know what to do. The whole world is sitting here waiting for you now. Bring it through, bring it on through now. Shine it out bright, the dark with the light, the love with the fight, and do what you know is right. What you know is right for all human rights, for each other's lives. We got to go home. Hey. Oh, you are the sun shining your light. You are the swift changing tide. Take all your love, give with your life. Do what you know will make things right. You know what to do. You know what to do. You know what you got to do now. You know what to do.
I don't actually remember a time when we weren't Nisenan.
I think as I get older, I've been thinking about these things a lot, like trying to identify myself within my culture. But for me, growing up, I didn't know I was in a culture. It was just part of my family.
Now the community is much more supportive because they're learning more about us and they're hearing the stories and they're interested.
Take one, action.
I think in America right now, we're all talking about racial equity and racial justice and environmental justice. And you can't jump into those conversations without acknowledging the first atrocities, the first colonization, the people who were affected first. And we've been completely erased in our community. So now as we're starting to talk about these things and all the racial justice groups are getting together, people are saying, well, who are the original folks from here? And they're starting to look around.
Hi, I'm Richard Johnson, the tribal chairman. To give you an idea of what our life was like, the foothill people up and down California learned to harvest acorns and make it a stable food source over 5,000 years ago. We would follow the food as it matured, going up in elevation all the way up to the mountains for harvesting and stuff like that. We burned underneath the oak trees to clean out all the duff, kill all the insects that would migrate to the trees, and worm the acorn. So we'd burn that out. It also cleaned it so we could had a real fast harvest. The women of one family group could harvest enough food within about 2 weeks that would feed the entire family all winter long. The elk herds would move from south to north and back, that they would blacken the whole sections of the Sacramento Valley. There'd be that many elk there. Of course, within about 3 years, all that disappeared after the gold rush started.
So much money was taken from the gold mines. We were just unfortunate enough to be the tribe that lived there geographically.
I think the one thing that ran throughout our generations was the balance. I mean, you never went out and killed a mother deer that was pregnant. You didn't kill young deer, you know, that's kind of why we hunted bucks. And we never overpicked any of the things that were out there. We took a share and we left it to spread. And that's one thing, I mean, even our forests now are just clear cut, and our rainforests are going by way of. And people need to look at that really seriously.
We have never stabilized after the gold rush. We almost had a complete genocide of our people up in the hills because of the speed that the gold rush came. So that we rely upon that same government who really, it looks like they just really don't care.
I'd say they don't.
We really just don't matter. But at the same time, that relationship, fighting for federal recognition again, is so important because it would provide us a safety net with access to the federal programs. So it is, again, it's absurd that we are seeking recognition from the same entity that practically destroyed our people. And my grandfather always said, don't get a roll number, because the government can do anything they want to you and with you and with your children.
And again, they did.
And they can and they did, and that was his reality. So it does seem absurd that here we are trying, you know, we're all raising our hands saying, hey, what about us? In a time where that actually would save our culture probably.
A lot of stuff has been happening lately. I think since the last time I talked with everybody. We just acquired 32 acres on Deer Creek, which is sort of sitting here behind us. and it's actually sitting where the old Champion mine sat. Champion and Providence mines were some of the most productive hard mining gold mines here in the county. So some of the area is contaminated. I saw some purple dirt out there, and we get to be part of the remediation of that land. And you know, whether it's just avoidance, you know, putting in some big gorgeous rocks, maybe a big statue of a native dancer, something that, you know, so people can avoid that and not walk on it and walk their dogs on it. Part of the tribute trail will come down onto our piece of land, and we get to do the interpretive signage there. And I'm pretty excited because we don't have the other constraints where, you know, you might have to say it quite so nice and pretty as if it were, say, on city land or BLM land. And so all of these things are really coming together, and I think if the pinnacle is finally happening with this campaign for federal recognition.
Hi, this is Julie Baker, and I'm coming at you from Nevada County, California. I specifically live in Nevada City, and many people know this as a gold rush era town. And when we say that, what we're forgetting is who was here before the people came for the gold rush, and that was the Nevada City Rancheria, the Nisenan people. And I'm proud to be a board member for Chirp, whose mission is to preserve and protect the heritage and culture and of the Nisenan, as well as to work with them to gain federal recognition. In order for Chirp and for the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan to get their federal recognition, we need to raise money. It's a long process. It takes a lot of work, and we need to raise awareness of the folks that were here first. As a longtime arts activist and advocate, it's really important to me that we recognize the original cultures, and if we don't do that, it's really going to be hard for us, I think, in my personal opinion, to move beyond and to grow and evolve as humans and as a nation. And particularly here in our own community right now, I think we need a lot of healing, and I think a recognition again of who is here first and who continues to live here, who builds our community, and to recognize and support the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan through Chirp would be something I would hope that you will join us in supporting. So.
Thank you, Julie. It's really good to have our board of directors' voices coming in and sharing the importance of knowing the history of these lands, of the people of these lands, and why it's important for us to support. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's really something there in that moment. I mean, we can say that we are Nisenan people and that we are here
and we can tell our stories, but there's just something different when someone else outside of the community says it. And not telling their own version of us, but replicating and voicing the version of us that we are telling. You know, I always kind of, excuse me, I feel like I falter for words a lot. I don't exactly know how to say with the words what I feel inside, but there's something extremely powerful when, I guess, highly visible community members who have a lot of visibility and value in our local community, city council members of Nevada City or Grass Valley, the county board of supervisors, when they speak and they reiterate the true stories of what happened here, there's just something that that feels really, it feels like maybe all the work is actually like sinking in, you know, and people are replicating the story, and that it's not that we're not believed. I feel so many times in history that the Native folks or whoever's on the, I've heard it said, whoever's on the losing side of history, you know, whenever those folks, their stories don't usually get told. And it just feels really good to have so much community support. And we appreciate the organizations, the nonprofit organizations here locally, our government bodies, our individual people here, people who are farming. We have so many farms who step up to help and contribute to our events, volunteering and gifting with no cost food for our events. And I know it's so hard not to start calling out names. We agreed that we would keep it very general and not do that. But it feels fantastic. It really does. It feels like, oh my gosh, we're finally being heard. And would you want to talk a little bit more about the Chirp website and donating, if you wouldn't mind, Amber?
Yeah, absolutely. Just as a reminder for those who've been tuning in or first time, if you're just joining us, and the Chirp website, chirpca.org, is a place to go really to find a place to donate, to find the link to the art where you can learn about the Visibility Through Art initiative that's actually currently on display here at the Center for the Arts in the Granucci Gallery. It'll be here through September 19th, and you can make reservations to see that. You can also still enter to win door prizes. We'll actually announce the winner for the door prizes on Sunday, tomorrow night at 5 p.m. So get your tickets for that. And what else? Oh yeah, there's also the online store. If you have been really enjoying tonight and would like to have a special t-shirt from tonight's event, you can go to the Chirp site and go to the store and get that. But otherwise, just making general donations is really supportive. The funds tonight, just as a reminder, go towards the restoration of federal recognition for the Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan Tribe. And this is a really big and really important goal that Chirp has been working on for years, really. And there's no clear path, which is part of why it takes so long. And there's, for as many people as there seems to be a different opinion for how to go about it. So yeah, it's there feels like there's been some movement happening in that realm, but there's still a long road ahead. So everybody's support is really needed to, in whatever ways, in raising visibility, in getting educated and understanding the history and the current efforts of the tribe and of Chirp. And donations certainly help. Funds are needed for these sorts of things. So, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, we worked pretty hard for a long time. I don't know why I had this aversity to creating a land acknowledgement. Everybody was asking for a land acknowledgement, and you know, I took the time, I polled the family, I talked to the elders, I did all the things that I'm supposed to do, like what's important for a land acknowledgement. And I guess I'll just be open and honest. Deep inside, I felt like it was a little bit of lip service. Like we're handing someone a script and be like, hey, say this, you know, and feel great. It took me a long time to get I guess, to get to understand the value of our land acknowledgement. And a lot of people ask for it, and we have it to share. You know, you can reach out to us. I think our stuff is all over the place. You can find it easily. But a lot of work went into that land acknowledgement, and if everybody wanted to do it, I feel really good about that now. I feel that it is not about me. It's not even about the living tribe. It is about the dead who are buried all over this territory, and it's about the land itself. And so I would really encourage people, you know, if you're doing events here in Nisenan territory, or wherever you are on the globe, you know, there's an indigenous people wherever you are, wherever you're living. If they want help, which is also the other thing, sometimes quote unquote help isn't always help, I've also found. But if, you know, to reach out, do they have a land acknowledgement? Is there a way to support the people from where you live geographically? The help here with our town has been phenomenal. And I love that we work on, I don't want to get political, but on whatever the political aisles are, I make myself available to any aisle. This is part of the reason I think that we fight amongst ourselves is because there's an unrest here that hasn't really been acknowledged. And it's truly in the Nisenan belief that if you aren't invited and things are, you know, pretty happy-go-lucky, for lack of better words, people get sick. And sick does not have to be sickness of the body. It can be sickness of the mind. Fighting all the time is a sickness. And anyway, so being on these lands, you know, reach out to us. We have a land acknowledgement. Wherever you are in the world, acknowledge the people who are there. Please donate if you can. And we're going to send you off with another block of videos. So please enjoy. Today, we have 145 members. I panic that, you know, if by the time recognition comes, there's like 6 of us left. It is this close to actually being extinct. We have this full and rich history, fully documented, of who we are. The Nevada City Rancheria Nisenan tribe. Yet the government won't recognize us for being here. We had a 76.5-acre reservation here in Nevada City. The ancestors that were living on that reservation lost their status as Indians. It's quoted Indian in the legislation. You had no federal programs to support them anymore. And then the reservation itself was actually sold at auction to the highest bidder. They were forcibly removed from the last semblance of their homelands. This is about the atrocities that happened to the people here on this land. They're forgotten. What can we do for that memory, and how do we honor those people? And my tribal elders, my tribal council, and the tribal members they're behind me, and they're why I do this. I think it's a beautiful culture that deserves to be saved, and I personally don't intend to stop anytime soon. Our tribe is not extinct. We are still here in the foothills of California, and we will continue to fight this fight for as long as it takes.
Hi, my name is Alyssa Walls. The art I made for this project can be found on this website, visibilitythroughart.org. The art mediums I use include pencil, colored pencil, ink, charcoal, pastels, and oil pastels. For the art pieces I created, I had the fortune of working with Shelley Covert, who provided me with 2 of her own family photos that I could recreate. The third piece I produced was particularly significant to me because it was meant to correct a portrait where the Nisenan matriarch, Carmel Rose Jackson, was directed by her photographer to wear her dancing belt around her head, even though that was not the culturally accurate placement for it. Since Carmel didn't want to embarrass the photographer, she complied with his instruction. Her portrait is still along the Deer Creek Tribute Trail, but I was glad to give her family a copy of the portrait showing how the photo should have been taken. I chose to participate in this project for Chirp because I really love creating meaningful art, and after learning about the history of the Nisenan, I knew that this would likely be one of the most meaningful projects I would ever contribute to. Before this project, I had never heard anything about the Nisenan, but after listening to personal stories from current tribe members, and particularly Shelley, I became incredibly moved, heartbroken, and appalled by the profound injustices the Nisenan have been forced to endure since our state's founding. I was further dismayed that after growing up and living in Nevada City for over 25 years, I had not once heard anything about the indigenous people on whose land I lived. The Nisenan people are long overdue for federal recognition, and I think as someone who has benefited from living in this country and community, we owe it to them to help them receive such recognition. It is such an honor, privilege, and pleasure to be trusted to create art on behalf of the Nisenan people, and I hope my contributions can help bring them justice. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Andy Serona, and I am an artist, one of the artists involved with the Chirp shows, so in support of the Nisenan tribe here in Nevada County. And it's been such a blessing to be involved with these shows, and really for me it's been a huge part of just relearning the history of this area that I grew up in. And honestly, it's an ongoing process. I still have so much to learn, of course, and being involved in a way artistically has helped me. It's given me just a more intimate view into these stories that are available for us to learn about from the tribe. I'm so grateful for people like Shelley Cover who've been willing to share these things. This past year, I also got to work with another tribe member, Saxon Thomas, which was a really special time of listening to his stories and then doing an art piece on basically his process of learning or relearning his native tongue and then being able to share that with his children. And so that was a beautiful experience to hear those stories, learn from him, and think about language in general and how powerful it is. So if you're interested in my art, you can check it out on Andy Serona on Instagram. That's CERRONA, or serona.com. Thank you so much, and I hope you enjoy the show.
My name is Jose. I attended the San Francisco Art Institute in 2012, where I did a lot of oil painting, sculpture, and installation work. You could find a lot of my work on thebuilders.tumblr.com, or I have an Instagram page where you can follow me at Art and Homestead. The reason I participated in this art show, the Nisenan Heritage Art Show, was to get involved in the community and also in the art community in Nevada City. And I wanted to know the history of Nevada City or this county. I was introduced to Richard B. Johnson, and that was part of my process in doing the piece I did. And I felt like it was really important to do that, and I wanted to really understand and educate myself on the issues that were going on with the Nisenan before I just made a piece that, you know, out of nowhere, without any information that went into it or any actual experiences or personal information that went into it, because at the time I had no idea what the Nisenan stood for, or like what history they had gone through and what they're going through today. So when I met with Richard, who is a tribal chairman, he showed me the book that he was writing at the time that hadn't been finalized. So he showed me like a manuscript of the history of us, and he showed me a few pictures of how they lived. He talked about his childhood and the hardships he went through, and like what they're going through now with the lack of federal recognition that they have been striving to get. And so it was really important for me to kind of see that and understand that in order for me to actually do a piece. Yeah, and I learned a lot from Richard, and I really value everything that he taught me and everything that they have been doing for the community here. And I think as a community goes, I think we all need to be involved in order to help the Nisenan Rancheria of Nevada City kind of get the things that they deserve.
Hello everyone, I'm Ron Kennedy, and I'm standing here in front of two paintings from about two different indigenous cultures. One, the Nisenan from Nevada County, California, and the other one is from Tanzania, the Maasai culture. But I want to start here. I did this painting for Chirp, the Nisenan Tribe organization, and this was part of a show that will be shown virtually in the coming days. But when I did it, it was done as an expression of what the tribe means to me and the people in the tribe. So this was a really pleasant experience for me to do. It took a long time because the work of the Nisenan painting, you know, there's a lot of research involved, and redoing of the rattles are a little bit difficult to paint, and making sure they're accurate. I did not want to do something that wasn't real for the tribe. Right after I did this painting, I was contacted by a fellow in Tanzania, and he wanted me to paint the culture and life of the Maasai people. He's a Maasai man. He's a photographer too, so he sent me some pictures about it. I got to see what the tribe did in terms of their accoutrements, and I painted this picture of the Maasai women who adorn themselves with amazing jewelry and fabric and color combinations. But what I found to be interesting about the whole thing, and what prepared me to do 12 paintings for the Maasai, was the work I did for the Nisenans, and was able to put together a 12-piece exhibition of the different parts of their lifestyle. So I'm very appreciative to having the opportunity to work with our local group which led me to working with a group that are thousands of miles away. Thank you.
Hello again. I'd like to share some of the Nisenan language in the form of song. And I'm going to sing for you a really, really old song and a new song created by the community. And I'm going to start with the really, really old song. Ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu pineta estumianim yamenan, leyuio, 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 ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu pineta estumianim yamenan, leyuio, 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 ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam, ayuyu pineta estumianim yamenan, leyuio, 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 ayuyu weanam, ayuyu weanam. Hui! Hui, hui, hui. Solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, yapai toto, yapai toto, yapai toto, yapai toto. Solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, wubum kuyanim, yapai toto, yapai toto, yapai toto, yapai toto. Solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam, solimerik wehanam. Hui! And it's always my pleasure to sing songs in the Nisenan language because when I grew up, I was told that our language was extinct. So every time I sing and you hear, I have a whole audience of people who can attest that the language is absolutely not extinct and that it is still going on and on and on. Thank you. Ekwa. So we're going to introduce. Do you enjoy the mic? You can do it there.
I am really excited about what's coming next, and hopefully you'll join me in that excitement. MaMuse, Sarah Nutting and Carisha Longaker create uplifting music to inspire the world into thriving, interweaving brilliant and haunting harmony with lyrics born of honed emotional intelligence. MaMuse invokes a musical presence that inspires the opening of the heart, playing a family of varied acoustic instruments, including upright bass, guitar, mandolins, ukulele, and flute. The female duo is able to convey songs that can pivot from a soaring a cappella celebration of existence into deep reflection, always keeping a playful signature sound. I know that to be true. Sarah and Carisha are dedicated students of social justice, constantly digging deeper into the heart challenges of humankind and bringing what they learn off stage into their songs and performances. Their music's themes and aesthetics combine to create a perfect score for the growing conscious revolution. With 13 delicious years of co-creation and 5 full-length albums, MaMuse keeps the heart tuned to the alchemy of music, making the health of all beings and of those to come.
I aspire. Aspire. It's so beautiful to be here this evening. Goodness, and to just be able to have the chance to be in a theater together, even 6 feet apart. And yeah, so very happy to be here.
Yeah, so full from all the performances so far, and just that all of us women being here together sharing music. Thank you, Marie. Thank you so much, Lindsay and Nikila, for your words. And Lyla, thank you. Thank you, Shelley and Ember. Yeah, it's really an honor to be here. And I just really thinking about what you first shared, Shelley, as you opened the evening, and just Belle Douglas and all the work that she gave, that her life gave, that she gave with her life for the Nisenan people. And so it feels fitting to open with this first song called One Woman's Prayer.
Father, earthly mother, divine seer that sees, create me again, take me in your hands, bring out what's inside of me. Guide me in these times while war is being waged on my family. Oh, make me an instrument of song that I might learn harmony. Anchor into me the rhythm of living love, song in which I can believe. Take my hands, lead me onward. May I become the woman I am meant to be. Give me strength to keep on walking even when I cannot see. And I will carry the torch from those who have come before to those who have yet to be. Oh, make me an instrument of song that I might pass on harmony. Anchor into me the rhythm of living love, a song in which I can believe. Ooh, oh, mama, amen.
Thank you.
This next song is called Constellations, and it's a song it's about how much we need one another.
I can feel you all at home watching. I can feel you. It's good to feel you out there.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the opportunity to stand here. Just thank you for this opportunity, Shelley, and everybody who's made this happen and stepped forward to say, hey, need some help? And then we get a chance to weave and keep weaving in each other's names for everybody who will come. Well, here we go, around again, and back we've come. Still here I am. This is non-random tandem orbit. We're forever kin. I'm right here with you. Oh, holy, holy, and blessed be. I am your friend. You are to me a most precious stellar partner, dancing love's geometry with me again and again and again and again. Everywhere you go, I'm right here with you. Everywhere you go, I'm right here with you. In case you needed to know if I was here, I'm right here with you. We're like the stars in the sky. They are made of light, and just like you and I, they are closely tied. We're of the same constellation. That's how we make it through the night. I'm right here with you. We made a vow, kept it right from the start. Help extract the poison from our medicine hearts. I just wanna thank you for doing your part. I promise you that I'll always do mine. So in all our motion, we've made a web, our patterns woven, we're common thread. There is nothing you could do to shake me loose. I've got you, I've got you. I'm not leaving. So go climb your mountain and know your name. The call you answer springs from the same flame I do. And as you take your leave, just know that fall, fly into the deep. I'm right here with you. Everywhere you go, I'm right here with you. Everywhere you go, I'm right here with you. In case you needed to know if I was here, I'm right here with you. We're like the stars in the sky. They are made of light, and just like you and I, they are closely tied. We're of the same constellation. That's how we make it through the night. I'm right here with you. Everywhere you go, just thinking and singing that song about our shared pain in our shared history, and in the way that, especially us as white settlers, we've been blind to the history of the place where we're walking. And so just aware that as we uncover that, we have a shared pain, and we can imagine that it's just you or the first peoples that are feeling the pain, but actually it's for all of it. Like I'm like, as we sing it, I'm feeling it come out of me too. Like I want this repair, I want this weave, and I want to be here in a right way. So thank you so much for inviting us here to begin that conversation, to begin the relationship. And
All right. So we're broadcasting here from the Center for the Arts in Grass Valley, and Karish and I drove up today and through the smoke, and just with such heaviness in the fires that are burning through the West Coast. And so just sending special prayers out to those who are really, really suffering from smoke, and who are also suffering from the fires and closeness to the fires right now. The song is called Funk, Fire, and Friction, and came through last year as a prompt for a song that we had been commissioned to write, and it's about that transformation that comes from that fire.
Take the funk and the fire and friction, transform it all in me. I am my own magician, making magic with my heartbeat. I see beauty all around me. I am blessed with all of this. I know pain and I know suffering. Human I am, and I'm loving this life as it is. Loving this life as it is. Loving this life as it is. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. Breathe me open, I am open, season me with time. Pure devotion moves through me, a heart present and kind. And one day at a time is all that I can live. I'm learning as I go, growing each moment. And I'm loving this life as it is. Loving this life as it is. You can sing with us if you want. Loving this life as it is. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. I will move with my own conviction. Let spirit take my hand. I'm on an interstellar mission to love who I am. So let the funk come find me. In all my resistance, I will not turn away. No, I will get down and dance. And I'm loving this life as it is. Loving this life as it is. Loving this life as it is. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. Receive the fullness, give what's mine to give. Take the funk and the fire and friction, transform it all in me. I am my own magician, making magic with my heartbeat.
Because we're going to just keep loving, giving, and loving, giving no matter what. Really feeling so much inspiration coming through Lyla's words and her poetry, and just, yes, that giving over and giving ourselves to the beauty way no matter what.
Oops, this is my earring. This is a song called Sacred Breath. We thought, it's time. We got to sing the song Sacred Breath, just with all the smoke, and it's to sing it.
You unravel at the other end of a telephone line, and don't be concerned where your feet may travel next. You are the phoenix in the fires of change. Don't worry about the details, and only the truth will remain. And I got a front porch solution that will ease any confusion or pain. And it starts with a 4 or 3 or a 2 and some melody, harmony, and a sweet refrain. And it starts with a whisper from somewhere deep underground. Guaranteed to get louder. So don't be afraid to make a sound. Start a revolution. Let it begin as you breathe in. Human evolution is what we are most interested in. So gather up your stories. Watch them fly away in a flurry, and they will find an island. You will find an island too, and they will burn beneath the sun. You will change into something new. Start a revolution. Let it begin as you breathe in. Human evolution is what we are most interested in. And before she left, she softly spoke. Through the veil of tears, the silence she broke. We two are sacred breath, made of bone and smoke.
Sometimes here we let some words come in. We don't know what we'll say. I thought it was your turn, my friend. Hey, 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 I'm here with you. I'm here with you. So glad to be with you. So honored to be with you. Here on this land, this land, this land that is finally getting to be recognized again for its original self, for its indigenous self, for its language that speaks up from the ground and the waters and the trees and the winds, and the way it loves to speak, the way it brought itself, the way it let itself be known from the beginning.
Thank you for all the hands and hearts who speak for this precious land. Oh, may we continue to walk with voices strong and ears listening and songs singing and hearts opening and tears pouring down cheeks to the rivers to drink up our prayers of life and life to come, and the life that's been and life yet to be born. And it starts with a whisper from somewhere deep underground. It's guaranteed to get louder. Oh, don't be afraid, to make a sound. Don't be afraid to make a sound. No, don't be afraid to make a sound. We two are sacred breath made of bone and smoke.
Do we stay over here? Oh, we go over there.
Yeah, we even get to share it. Get this out of the way.
We're all whispering.
I know, why are we so quiet? I don't know why. We're so quiet. We're all yelling like, yeah. I don't know why. It's so funny. Girls, 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 ladies, ladies, ladies.
Here we are in our nice.
Oh, thank you. You fit? Everything's good?
It's good.
You're in a pod. You don't have to do the 6
great.
feet.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So,
This.
oh, thank you. Although it does hide my the doubleness that's coming. Grat's grandma, she's like, you're all gonna get my turkey neck.
We all get them.
We're gonna get him, you know? Something you said, I wanted to take a moment to talk. I talked with Lyla during her set, and my burning question is, I'm just so curious, is like, what moves you to be part of something like this? I know that sometimes
You know, you may be asked to give and give and give, and it's hard. But the moments when you're able to, and to participate in something like this, I mean, for us, it's amazing. But what draws you to be here tonight, to draw up and experience the smoke in this way, and to share of yourselves in the way that you're doing tonight? Is there something, you know, is there something you're gravitating to this moment, or our movement, or what is it that brings you here tonight?
Because you asked. Just thinking about what Lyla shared, just in the creating of a vision and setting things in motion, and then not necessarily knowing who's going to show up, but just feeling the power of your vision even before this evening and leading up to this. And just that this, we rescheduled 3 times, you know?
There's that part, right?
Such, I just, like, you're a force. I feel like the way you're moving with this vision, and learning more about what the scope of this project is this evening inspires me. But as far as like actually getting here, I think it's because you asked, and I want to know you.
That's awesome.
I want to stand with you, and that's what's alive most right now for me. Yeah.
That's great.
Microphone B. Oh man. Yeah, for me, I feel like at this moment, again, what I'm feeling is that shared history that feels like I've been so blind to, that when I get an opportunity to weave with you, then we get a chance to remake, or maybe not remake, but make then what comes next, and to be able to be a part of that you would ask for that. And then also then that we get to help lift up your voice that hasn't been heard. So if there's any way that we can help, like you were saying, you didn't say repeat, but it's like not just repeat some history the way someone has written you before, but the way that you are and the way that you know you are. And if we get a chance to help make visible that, to lift that up, to make that heard more, is like, yay, let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, I want for your health. I want the health of this land. I want the health for all of us.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so many of us are coming out of, I may have talked about it a little bit earlier, but coming out of being taught in school sometimes things that were not actually true. Yes. And how we're all like, wait, what? You know, heroes who are supposed to be heroes, and then you learn like certain characters and the flaw of character maybe more, and like, is that somebody today, if I had the choice to put up another statue or another, name something after somebody, I would probably be like, no, that is actually a bad person. And how are we all affected by that? I mean, of course, it's here for us and the Nisenan people in this land where we are, but where you live, there's a tribe there. Where people at home where you live, there's a tribe there. And all of us are part of this. You know, it feels like in Wizard of Oz when they're like, don't look at the little dude behind the curtain. Like, I feel like that's the moment we're in.
Yeah, the curtain is being pulled back, and it's strong to be able to look behind that curtain and go, that's what's really been there, and surprising, and then also like, well, great, who is that little guy behind there? Yeah. What are we going to do? What
are we going to do with that little guy now that we know he's over there?
What should we do now? Yeah, this is what we do. We come together and we sing, and we hear you speak in your language and sing in your language, and we hear Lyla, and we hear, you know, we come together in music and color and lift up the best way that we can and keep walking. Yeah. Let us know what you need more.
Awesome. I love that. And I remember these things. So in the future, when you get the little tick, 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 I'm learning how to ask, and yes, that's great. You know, the funny thing too, and it wasn't necessarily planned this way, full on about just, it's kind of a women's show tonight. And not planned that way, but while we have a lot of supporters who are not women,
it seems the core of our Chirp group and our support is women. So I just wanted to, throw that out there tonight. Just an observation. Why do I get so nervous? All right, so we're going to hear some more music. I think we're at our time. Was that good? Thank you. The music is perfect, but sitting and asking, that is my burning question, is like, why is like when people say yes, I need to know why. It's like my curiosity, and I love hearing it in your own words. And so I think we're going to have some more music.
Yes.
Thank you so much for coming.
Yes.
All
Yes.
right, yay! And I don't think we have to be so quiet. There's a whole group of us here who are going, yay!
Yeah.
And I think
like
we should
doing
just dance and
the silent claps.
have
and
fun. All right, well, back to MaMuse. Thank you, ladies, so much. All right. And we will be back one more time after the music ends to say goodnight and to say goodbye and remind you of all the important links and whatnot. So back to some more music, and we'll see you after a bit.
Okay, this is a new song called This Could Be Beautiful.
This is kind of the song form of this is an answer that's in song form, your question, Shelley. The potential of beauty.
Recall, respect, stand upright and erect in this my hollow bone. Both strong and flexible, I dare direct and give way to the flow. From my head to my heart, from my head to my legs, and everything in between. My
My friend says that one. He's like, I want to roller skate. That's like roller skating song. I was feeling that, playing that.
Oh, so this is another oldie song that was written in 2008 when there were lots of fires burning down in the valley and around Chico, California, where we lived for a long time. It's called On the One. It's about needing each other, especially in these times, community, riding bikes, staying in connection, going in and finding love in that deep, deep well.
Going standless. All right. Dum 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 dum
Wild rivers flood over Iowa plains, over banquet tables, water rights are exchanged. Ash falls around, summer rain, and the sky hangs yellow from galaxy hooks. I wake up in the morning, take a second look. It's just nature doing her thing. Nature doing her thing. Do, 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 do. I'm gonna get up, pack my things, put my faith in a bike that carry me and ride to the mouth of the ocean. I cannot do this alone. Will you come when I'm riding on the one? And we'll draft along behind a flock of songbirds. I cannot do this alone. Will you come when I'm riding on the one? And we'll draft along behind a flock of songbirds. I cannot do this alone. Do, 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 do. I've invested my savings in a two-piece suit. My love rests between the bass and the flute. Dreams are infused in this harmonious game. I cannot sing this alone. Will you sing when the silver strings have flung? They are invitations to you to sing along. I cannot sing this alone. Will you sing when the silver strings have flung? They are invitations to you to sing along. I cannot sing this alone. Do, 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 The light has made its way into the wealthy armada of magicians. Cast their spells, we are doing the good work from the inside. We cannot do this alone. Will you come when the light begins to dim? To dim, to dim, to dim, to dim, to dim. We cannot do this alone. Will you come when the light begins to dim? And together we will let love in. We cannot do this alone. No need to do this alone. Will you move when the voice inside you calls and all the walls fall down? No need to do this alone. 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 No need to do this alone.
Thank you. I was thinking what you were thinking.
You were thinking to get some water? Is that what you were talking about?
It's just ways that I just know we're thinking the same thing. Like I know you even know what you're thinking. I just know we've hung out enough now.
Exactly.
This next song is called You're Not Crazy. And this is a song about these times. I noticed for a good while, I kind of really was like, I must be nuts. Like, I must be crazy. And then just started to feel like, oh, maybe it's not me that's crazy. Maybe there's so much to feel. It's like so much in my circuitry, so much to feel. And also, I think about it now too, when there's a whole history that you don't know, but you feel. And then it's just like, why am I feeling so nuts? Like, this is just nuts. And then just as it all is a reveal, is like, oh, well, just no wonder, you know? Yeah. So this is about our, yeah, feelings, I guess.
The story that has left its wound of the lovers who fell down and broke your heart. Now the crows cackle from above and all the swords direct their points at the walls. On every side surround you. You're not crazy. Message in your hands, and the only one that can know your yes is the one that lives inside your chest. All those others are just chasing sand. You were born of a wild wind, here to tear all the burdens down. Start anew with your own hand, build it up from the very ground. You were born with a strong will, equally matched by a warm heart, creative vision and a clear sight. You knew your work from the very start. Oh, you're not crazy. You're not crazy. You're not crazy. You're just saying you're not crazy. Oh, oh, oh.
Okay.
One more, okay.
Great.
Right.
Ooh, that just feels good to play. We're come to a sing-along moment. We've got one more song, and we're going to ask that you sing along. Oh, this is a song that started to come through Sarah in a dream. And she had the good thinking to wake up and record it like, this is an important thing coming through. And it's got a chorus for all of us, and then another part too. The chorus says, we're going to sing our prayers for freedom, sing our prayers for freedom for all humankind. And the next time around it says, we'll sing our prayers for freedom for the land and then for the world. So you'll catch it and you'll sing along, and there's also a part that says, love is always watching, and lift that part up too, right? Thank you again for having us. What a beautiful night. Look at this. We're around people 6 feet or more apart, but we are together.
And just acknowledging like all the beautiful videos that were made, all the artists that contributed. There's a beautiful gallery out there that if you live in the area, please take time to come see. And just, I'm just blown away by the beauty of this production. And I can't wait to like watch the recording of it. I hope there's a recording of it. Yeah. Oh, great. Okay.
Thank you, too, to the Center for the Arts for having us all here, and to Conrad. And I didn't catch the folks' names who are doing the lighting, but thank you all for lifting up the music and the voices so that they can be heard tonight and sent out. Thank you for your good work.
Polishing stones, she's polishing our hearts. We are claiming our thrones to sit side by side in our awakened homes. Love is always watching. Love is always watching. And we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Say we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Say we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Sing our prayers for freedom for all humankind. Medicine giver, gentle spirit of the land, she is polishing our hearts in ways we do not understand. We walk side by side and offer both our hands. Love is always watching. Love is always watching. Sing it with us. And we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Say we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Say we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Sing our prayers for freedom for the land. Sing our prayers for freedom for the land. Brothers, sisters, brave pilgrims of the night, we have followed our hearts, and to truth we have arrived to sit side by side in divinity's light. Love is always watching. Love is always watching. And we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing our prayers for freedom. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Blessed river, polishing stones, she is polishing our hearts. We are claiming our thrones to sit side by side in our awakened we're gonna sing, sing, sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing, sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing, sing, sing our prayers for freedom. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Should we sing it a cappella? Okay. And we're gonna sing, sing, sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing, sing, sing our prayers for freedom. So we're gonna sing, sing, sing our prayers for freedom. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world. Sing our prayers for freedom for the world.
Thank you. Thank you all for tuning in. Back to you too.
Oh, thank you so much. Fabulous, fabulous. What a great evening. I hope you have all enjoyed it. We're just going to wrap up here with a couple, housekeeping first, I want to say. Amazing sound here at the center. Sound quality, sound dude, oh my God, beautiful. Lights, camera people, our stage help, our manager, our time manager, all the help here at the Center for the Arts has been fantastic. Way to really hit the socially distanced good time. Everybody here is just so careful and so conscientious. And I can't thank you enough that we are able to have this event sort of in the way that we wanted to have it, and everybody is safe. They're very clean, and I mean, it just felt really good, like nobody's lurking over your shoulder trying to lick you or anything horrible like that. Honestly though, I was a little worried, and it just feels really, really good. So I wanted to point to you again to chirpca.org. Make your donations if you can, please. Watch for our upcoming events. Ember? Anything to add?
Yeah, something that we actually didn't mention tonight, which is we have a program through Chirp called Ancestral Homelands Reciprocity Program, or AHRP. And yeah, it has its own webpage, ancestralhomelands.org. You've been maybe seeing the slide tonight, and that's actually a place where you can sign on to make a recurring monthly donation of any sort. It's just an acknowledgement of being able to live on this beautiful land that we live on and benefit from the care, the love, the stewardship that happened for thousands of years before coming here. And it's just a beautiful way to acknowledge and uplift the ancestors, really, because we're walking on them every day. The Nisenan have been here for thousands of years. So yeah, so check out ancestralhomelands.org. And also, of course, chirp.org. It's a great place to learn more about the tribe and Chirp itself and what we're up to, upcoming projects. There's so much going on
There's so much
coming
going
up.
on. Yeah, there's check in often. Ember is awesome at our social media. What you see being shared out on Instagram, Facebook, is pretty much Ember doing the social media. And then thank you to all of our Chirp team. Thank you to everybody who made tonight possible. Our door prizes are fantastic. Don't forget about them. There's still time. It's being picked tomorrow, right?
Yeah, tomorrow at 5 p.m. Thank you, local businesses. Amazing what's been donated to put those together, like really high value baskets.
Yeah, just so much thanks. Thanks to our incredible musicians tonight. I'm proud and humbled to call them my friends. And to my Ember here, my Ember, people call her, we're each other's sidekicks, I guess, now because we work so much together. But I couldn't do it without you, friend. I'm an idea girl and she's the list girl, and I guess maybe it works together really well. I don't know.
She loves my spreadsheets. Don't let her fool you.
The list, they haunt me at night. And thank you to our Chirp Board of Directors. Thank you so much for sticking with Chirp. Thank you
to my dear friend Judith Lowry for founding Chirp, for looking for us, the tribe, who she said she thought was sucked up by aliens or something because she could not find us anywhere. Thank you. As she said, she was the wedge. She was the sharp spot to push through, and then we came behind her. And I'm trying to do things in the quality and beauty in the way that she set forth with Chirp. And
yeah. Well, and actually I wanted to acknowledge too, some of you may have seen a post at some point that we had set a goal for tonight of $7,777 because we love fun numbers. And we don't know where we are, but we are sure that we have like barreled right through that number. And at some point we'll share an update of what did happen tonight. So thank you all for any like dollar that you were able to donate. Every dollar is really supportive.
Yeah. And I think that's it. I think it's a wrap. Check us out on the web, and Ekwa, good night.
Ekwa.
Good night.